Good evening, everyone. It's Wednesday, March 5th, 2025. You're watching Co-op for Two, broadcasting live from Champaign, Illinois. Tonight, we're playing another Deadbolt Mystery Society box. I don't know how many we've played so far on the channel, over 24. Tonight, we're playing a box from 2019 called Infected. It's part of our little science fiction marathon. We played 4 sessions of Murder on the Moon, which is behind me, a couple different unlock scenarios. So all very light stuff. I'm hoping tonight that Infected is a little darker, a little more horror tinted. Let me check in with the chat, see how anyone is doing, if we have anyone joining me today. I'm sorry for the short notice. It's a trade-off, scheduling videos ahead of time. Everyone says YouTube is much happier if you have regularly scheduled things, like on every Wednesday night you do it. People can anticipate it. And surely that's better for you at home if I have regularly scheduled videos that you can look forward or you can plan around if you do want to join me. However, it's a burden because my sleep schedule moves around, and there's also some sort of whatever whether it's introversion, whatever it is, if I know I have something, I have to be ready for at a certain time, it takes some of the enjoyment out of it. It makes it a little more uncomfortable looking forward to it and worrying about it. So being able to come on with a couple hours notice makes the process more enjoyable for me. So it's a trade-off. Let's do a little bit of bookkeeping first before we continue. So I mentioned that we've been doing a little sci-fi marathon here, a little mini sci-fi marathon. There aren't that many science fiction themed mystery games, but we do have a few more that we could play beyond this. One of them is Escape Tales Low Memory, which I haven't heard great things about, and it would take us multiple sessions, but I am curious to eventually play it. And then we have some small games and a cold case game we could play. I'm not sure how long we want to go with this and whether it might not be better to sprinkle in the science fiction games in our normal playthroughs, but we'll at least play Infected, and maybe if you want to play another one this week, we could do that too. There's a Board Game Geek section guild for this channel. If you want to jump on there and let me know which game you'd like to play next, I'd be happy to hear some thoughts, as well as the Discord for this channel. So yesterday night, actually still on Wednesday night, but at 1 a.m., Tuesday night, 1 a.m. into Wednesday morning, I sat and unboxed for an hour and just rambled about Flashpoint Legacy of Flame, which just got delivered from Kickstarter. It looks pretty good. If you are a fan of Flashpoint, and you can watch the review that Greg and I recorded of it and a playthrough of it, the Legacy version looks quite good, and that is coming to retail. And what else did we do to talk about? I've already talked about Murder on the Moon 4-part. I'll try to get that reviewed, a spoiler-free review of that soon. All right. Anything else to talk about? Anyone else have any projects they're working on? Oh, I did want to recommend a book while we're in the science fiction segment. I've been reading this recently, Escape from Shadow Physics by Adam Forrest Kay. It's a brand new book, and it's about challenging the old Copenhagen explanation of quantum mechanics that Bohr and his group very forcefully advocated for. And one of my favorite books is called Quantum, which discusses Einstein versus Bohr. Same basic themes here. but maybe less technical. Both books spend a lot of time talking about the humans behind this, Schrodinger and Heisenberg and Bohr and Einstein. And Quantum is one of my favorites. This is sort of revisiting it with a much more of an opinionated standpoint, that the Bohr's interpretation of quantum mechanics is incomplete. And it is very interesting to read someone forcefully make that case, since it seems to have been mostly abandoned. If you don't know anything about quantum mechanics, it's stranger than any science fiction, and it's really pretty fantastic to read about it and read about the people involved in this stuff. All right. Looks like we've got a couple new people joining us, a small crowd tonight, but let's get started and open up Infected. Infected was rated at 7.5 difficulty, so that's a little bit harder than the average of the Deadbolt Mystery Society boxes. I don't remember if I bought this one used or new, although I can see Deadbolt Mystery Society occasionally makes new copies of their older games, and this one I can see it's sort of low resolution printed, so I think that means this was probably a reissue. Okay, let's just get everything out of the box. A little collectible card. We don't read that because it seems to give away stuff sometimes. Here's our normal rules for Deadbolt Mystery Society. You remember how this works. There's a contents list. We tend to ignore that. Multiple items can connect to the same puzzle. When you're ready, use the QR code to solve a puzzle. There are hints. And once you've solved everything else, you can answer it. Actually, it's a little different than normal. Solve all the puzzles. What is this new thing? Once you've solved the mystery, check your plan. Most people who are part of Deadbolt Mystery Society subscribe to it, so they get a box every month. All right, let's read our beginning brief. From Benjamin Baker, the Will Street Detective Agency, to David Millington, Chief of Police, May 2nd, 5:39 p.m., subject quarantine. Hey, David, I've tried calling your office repeatedly, but just keep getting your voicemail. I have no idea what's going on, but I'm starting to freak out a little bit. There was that big power outage earlier today, and then I just heard military helicopters flying over the town. I looked out my window and saw yellow flyers raining down from the sky. I read one, and it said that I'm in a quarantine zone? What is that about? I turned on the TV and saw the news report. Seems to be a centralized area with all of the sightings, but none of it makes any sense to me. Because I'm stuck in the quarantine zone, I'm going to check things out for myself. Might as well be of some use here. Who knows? Doing a little investigating may save some lives, most notably mine. Even though I get the feeling the area in the middle of the sightings could prove helpful, I'm headed towards the last place an infected person was sighted. I'll try and fill you in on the details if I make it out of this alive. I'm taking a radio with me. I'll be on channel 2 if you try to reach me. If I find anything noteworthy that might help, I'll try to contact you. Hope to hear from you soon. Your friend, Benjamin. Okay, so we're sort of dropped in the middle of this story. It looks like quarantines, infected people. I like it. And then what? That's it, huh? That's it. Just items. All right, let's take a look at what items we have before we get into this. We have periodic table. Oh, Benjamin's notes. Okay. Well, let's just look at everything first. We've got Benjamin notes, doctor's notes, double-sided. Valley Falls Emergency Service transcript of 911 calls. Oh, here's the note that guy got dropped. He was just telling us about this note he got dropped. You're currently inside of a quarantine zone, QZ. Please stay inside. Do not try to leave the QZ. If you try to leave, you will first be warned and then shot if you do not comply. From the CDC. Okay, they don't mess around. No, good. They're letting you know you're going to get shot. All right, doesn't seem like there's anything more to read there. Let's put that aside. Okay, a little bit cryptic. Missing person, Amanda Gurley, age 41, hair blonde, occupation librarian. Reported missing February 23rd, 2018. And here's another missing persons, Stacy Forbes. Please share. Stacy is one of Valley Falls' most successful realtors. It is believed she was kidnapped by someone posing as a home buyer. Any information you may have regarding her whereabouts would be greatly appreciated. She's 45 years old, drives an emerald green Prius, sometimes wears tortoiseshell reading glasses, missing since May 14, 2018. So what do these missing people have to do with a quarantine and infections? It's pretty strange. Age 41, age 45. Huh. Not sure what that has to do with our case. Another cryptic message. Another what? Two more people missing? Missing. Have you seen this person? Pam Caldwell, age 43, hair brown, eyes brown, occupation teacher. Last seen August 29, 2018. Another local missing woman, Brandy Klingon, 5'10", brunette, eyes hazel, age 41, occupation teacher. April 6, 2019. They're all 40s. This one's a realtor. The rest of them, teacher, librarian, teacher. 2018, 2019, 2019, 2018. Yikes. 4 missing people. We don't even know what this has to do with our case. And we've got a playing card, a ticket, what looks like a makeup sponge, a bobby pin, and a hair tie. Not going to open this yet. Maybe things found at the scene where these people went missing. We've got another encrypted message. Another missing person. 3 more missing people. Oh my God, what the hell? Michelle Camp, a hairdresser with red hair. We've got 2 red-haired, got a bunch of red-haired and brunette. No, well, I guess she's a blonde, but looks like her hair has been dyed. Okay, Michelle Camp, age 43. Lynn Price, age 42. Why are they all in their early 40s? Another brown haired, February 2019. This one doesn't have a date. Valley Stallings, 2019, brown hair, age 42. Wow, that's a lot of missing 40-year-old women. More codes. Wow, lots of codes in this case. Some chemicals. Don't know where this was found or what it's about. We've got a map. Don't know why some are crossed off, but here's the quarantine zone. Okay, here's the quarantine zone. Valley Falls Museum, Barbecue, Hardware, Will Street Detective Agency, Bakery, Deadbolt Escape Rooms. Get out. Why are items crossed off? We've got an even one crossed off, two odd ones. Huh. It looks like blood. All right. BB, that's our Benjamin Baker. Are we Benjamin Baker, or is Benjamin Baker writing to us? I think we're Benjamin Baker. My current location is right in front of blank. So here's one of the puzzles that we have to solve. Presumably, maybe one of these locations. All right. And what is this a picture of? Looks like maybe a car that's crashed. There's the headlight. All right. Breaking news postcard. Here's another puzzle. Scan to watch the news broadcast. Okay. So we've got some media we can watch. I guess we'll start with that. Valley Falls Police Department missing persons hotline. For information about a missing person or to report a tip, contact the Valley Falls Missing Persons Hotline. Include the reference number in the subject line. Reference number. Okay, so we have a reference number for Michelle Camp. I think she's the only one, though, that we have a reference number for. The rest of them don't have reference numbers, but we can get information on Michelle Camp. Scan to listen to the message from the police chief. Okay, so we are Benjamin Baker. He's reaching out to David Millingham, the chief of police. We told him we have a radio, and he's getting back to us. So I guess we want to listen to that. And then these look like puzzles. A safe, if we could figure out how to open it. A password. Name of failsafe. Don't know what that's about. Solve all the puzzles, ready to solve the box. Who is patient 0? And then a photograph. Clayton and Marguerite. Kind of looks like her. But all right, so there are a couple interesting things about this box. First of all, there is no solution letter. Usually there is a solution letter that you open when you solve it. But this looks like it's all going to be done online once we solve it. This is going to be our last puzzle. There's no locked envelopes to open. Normally, we're used to having a couple of envelopes in the box that say don't open until you're instructed. This is all just loose and no sections, no multiple acts. But this is going to be the final thing we answer. Who is patient 0? I guess we're going to start with this news broadcast and the message from the police chief, though. Very strange setup of a case and very strange mechanical structure here. All right, well, let's watch the broadcast first. Okay. There's the cat over there. Can you see? Oh, you're not seeing anything. Okay. How about now? There you go. And you can see the cat. Looks like she's dead. Sarah! I guess you can see the belly rising. She's not dead. Okay. All right. Let's see if we can listen to this together. Oh, wait. Can't hear it.
Attention, all citizens of Valley Falls. We interrupt this broadcast to bring you a...
Because I changed it. I'm sorry.
Attention, all citizens of Valley Falls. We interrupt this broadcast to bring you a special news report. A huge area of the city has been quarantined by the Centers for Disease Control after it was determined that an outbreak of unknown origin has occurred and is threatening a sector of the city located in Eastern Valley Falls. The carriers of this contagion are prone to extreme outbursts of rage and violence and will attack without provocation. Multiple assaults by the infected have occurred at the time of this report, and police are urging extreme caution for those who come into contact with any who may carry the contagion. The infected, marked by eyes that have turned completely red, are filled with rage and are lashing out at anyone who gets close to them. They are like animals and seem changed in a way that makes them scarcely resemble anything human. In the past 2 hours, we've received reports of infected being spotted at Byron Bakery, Deadbolt Escape Rooms, The Attic, Valley Falls Museum, and Old Joe's Barbecue. The most recent report of a sighting was near Carbon Underground. If you see someone you believe to be infected, please notify authorities immediately. Do not try to approach the person or try to apprehend them. At this point, the CDC believes the contagion is thought to be highly virulent and easily transmittable. Please take this alert very seriously and remain indoors. This is not a joke. I repeat, this is not a joke. This is a life or death emergency and should be taken seriously by everyone. We will report more on this as news comes in.
All right, so it gave us a list of where the infected were spotted. It said the Bryant Bakery, the Attic, Deadbolt Escape Rooms, Old Joe's Barbecue. And then it said the latest place was at the Carbon Underground. Did I miss any? Bryant Bakery, Deadbolt Escape Rooms, the Attic, and the Barbecue they were spotted at. And most recently, the Carbon Underground. So almost like they're going this way. Eyes red and filled with rage. All right. Let's listen to the message from the police chief now. They mentioned the museum also. All right, I gotta listen to that second half again then.
Some scarcely resemble anything human. In the past 2 hours, we've received reports of infected being spotted at Byron Bakery, Deadbolt Escape Rooms, The Attic, Valley Falls Museum, and Old Joe's Barbecue. The most recent report of a sighting was near Carbon.
Okay, right you are. So also at the museum, which is here. So this whole area here, but not including the Will Street Detective Agency, which is where we are. That's us. We're Benjamin Bakers, so we're sort of in the area. I guess that's the quarantine zone, but not here. All right. Let's listen to the message from the police chief to us.
Benjamin, I got your email and I've been trying to reach you. Phones may be down, so I'm using the walkie. I'm here at the CDC's mobile command center. They're telling me we need to find patient 0. This would be the person who could potentially be the source for the outbreak. You're right in the middle of the hot zone, so I was hoping you could... Wait a minute. Sorry, things are getting crazy here. One of the infected just rushed our tent. Make sure you're suited up just in case. The one who came at us was coughing and spraying blood from the mouth. Like I was saying, I need you to find the source of this outbreak. Oh, and one more thing. Hurry.
All right. No usable information there, but it sounds scary. And he gave us our mission: find patient 0, the source of the outbreak, the original source. We don't know why all these missing women are showing up, but are we going to find a serial killer who is the source of this outbreak? Oh, that was creepy. Okay. Well, all right, let's try to organize our stuff. That's well, I said I was hoping for a sort of creepy, more serious, less tongue-in-cheek thing, and that looks like that's what we're up against here. My current location is right. Okay, this looks like maybe once he's gotten into a car crash, so I don't think we're ready for that. We're certainly not ready for that or that. So I think all the puzzles, I'm not even sure where to start. We can do this one based on Michelle Camp's hotline reference number. So that's something we can do right now. The rest of these missing persons people, I don't feel like there's anything we can do yet, though we might want to sort them chronologically. March, April, February. Okay, so here's our most recent one. Randy Klingen. And this, we have no idea. Cells are the foundation of life. After that first injection went badly. Only cells that have life matter. Clayton and Marguerite, 1999. After that first injection went badly, only cells that have life matter. Is this going to be our bad guy? We don't know. We weren't told where this was found, where any of this was found for that matter. All right, let's take a look at these items. Actually, I wonder, maybe we'll do this first, since it seems like we're ready to do this and see what these missing people. Today's date. We aren't told a year. We are told the date. We know that it's May 2nd, but we aren't told what year it is, but possibly 2019. Because our last missing person is from April 2019. So I think it's safe to assume that today is May 2nd, 2019. Maybe we'll write it down. And it's about 5:40 p.m. All right, let's call this hotline and see if we can get a tip on these missing people and why it's related to our case. So all the old deadbolts use encrypted PDFs. Okay, we want the reference number for Michelle here. I should go get out my keyboard, but for now, 86342. Thank you for your help in the search for Michelle Camp. Click here for more information about Michelle Camp. All right, let me just save this so we can access it. Oh, it's more audio. Okay. Let's listen.
The missing person you have inquired about, Michelle Camp, is a 43-year-old hairdresser who was last seen leaving her salon on the night of January 13th, 2019. She has red hair and blue eyes and weighs approximately 110 pounds. She has been married for 20 years to her husband, Connor, and has one son named Bryce. She is very active in the community and attends St. John's Methodist Church. Police suspect foul play, but have uncovered no motive for Michelle's abduction.
Okay. So we got more information about Michelle Camp. We're told that she was abducted January 13, 2019. That makes her the first abduction of 2019 before the rest of these people. Married 20 years to someone named Connor. Guess Connor Camp. Has a son, Bryce. Was abducted from or a member of St. John's Methodist Church. Let me listen to this again.
The missing person you have inquired about, Michelle Camp, is a 43-year-old hairdresser who was last seen leaving her salon on the night of January 13th, 2019. She has red hair and blue eyes and weighs approximately 110 pounds. She has been married for 20 years to her husband, Connor, and has one son named Bryce. She is very active in the community and attends St. John's Methodist Church. Police suspect foul play, but have uncovered no motive for Michelle's abduction.
Okay. So some of the information we got is already on this thing, but a couple things aren't. Like when she was abducted, her weight, husband's name, son's name. All right. Well, that's not a huge amount of information to go on. We still don't know what connects these women. We know what our assignment is, though. All right, let me check in with the chat. Let's just take a moment to enjoy this story here. Early 40s women. The note on the back of the photo, is it hinting at IVF treatment? We don't know anything about where this photo is from. This isn't one of our women, right? Clayton and Marguerite is not one of our missing women. So we don't know who these people are. It does sound like it might be something about IVF to try to have a baby. That's an interesting idea. Does she look like she might be in her 40s? Could be. It's a little young. We don't know who these people are. All right, well, we have more documents to go through. But this is an interesting structure to this case where we are so at a loss of what to do. Like, why are these missing people in our case? What does it have to do with patient 0 of an infection? Oh, furthermore, Korsakoff points out that this photo is from 1999, way before our missing people start. Missing people are all from 2018, 2019. This is 20 years prior. Interesting. So might she have been in her 20s here and now she's in her 40s? But we don't know who that is. Why don't we do this? Why don't we take an early first break now? If this seems like a game you might want to play on your own rather than join me for a playthrough, you still have a time to off-ramp here. Try to pick up Infected Used. Play it on your own and come back and watch this playthrough afterwards. If you are going to stick around and join me for the next few hours while we play it, I'll see you in 8 minutes. We are back. We're playing a very creepy Deadbolt Mystery Society game. Very atmospheric, very mysterious, and I'm a little scared to do this investigation. Looks like we've got a couple more people drop in. I did want to point out one thing I just noticed while I was looking at this bag, that there's also this little moon. Looks like it would have been on a necklace, and we do have a ticket number here. But, so I don't think we noticed this the first time. Or the number on this coupon. Let me just look at the back. Doesn't look like there's anything important in the back. This necklace isn't what this woman's wearing, is it? No, she looks like she's wearing some diamond necklace and diamond earrings. Let me just take a look to make sure. Yeah, she doesn't have this moon necklace for what it's worth. Okay. Let's see if we can make a little bit of progress towards understanding what this case is about. Let's go back to our documents and look for something that jumps out at us with some context. Bunch of coded messages. This looks like it's probably just a number. Okay, but we've got some narrative stuff here. Doctor's notes for Clayton Wilbanks, and here's Clayton and Marguerite. So this looks like it's related to this. And then this is the notes, our notes. Okay, so we've got two notes from us. This one is made soon after the introduction. Introduction was May 2nd, 5:39 p.m. And I think this is us, Benjamin Baker, and here he is calling 911 half hour later. 911, Valley Falls 911. This is Benjamin Baker with the Will Street Detective Agency, and I need assistance. What's your emergency? I encountered an infected person, and they're chasing me. I'm headed north. What's your location now? Running west 1 block. Okay, sir. Thank you for that information. Can you tell me what's currently happening? Benjamin, are you there? Yes, sorry. Please help. Turn north, then ran east on 2nd Street. The 2nd Street I came to. Then I turned north, then turn west. And where are you now? I turned north on the next street. I'm now running west 1 block. Keep going, Benjamin. I'm running south now for 1 block, and oh my goodness. What's going on, Benjamin? Talk to me. A car just ran through the intersection and hit the infected person. They aren't moving anymore. The infected person or the person in the car? The infected person. Are you okay? Yes, I am. Is the driver of the car okay? Yes, they seem to be. Wait a minute. Would you look at that? The infected person is wearing ballet shoes. How in the world could they run that fast dressed like that? Benjamin, what is your current location? Okay, and that's a puzzle that we're supposed to solve. So we're obviously supposed to retrace on the map, which is what we're going to do. Now, let me remind you before we do this that we obviously don't want hints. I don't want hints from people who have played this in the channel, but also I am not a particularly fast person at puzzles. If you figure out one of these things while we're looking at it before me, which is very likely, don't shout out the answer. You can say, hey, I think I know, or if you want a hint, ask me, but don't shout out the answer. That way other people in the channel have a chance, etc. All right, so let's get out our map here and let's retrace this path. Okay, what's your emergency? I encountered an infected person. They're chasing me. I'm headed north. We started at the Will Street Detective Agency. We know that. Okay, he's heading north, running, and then he went west 1 block. So we don't know how far up, but he went west 1 block. Let's say he called when he was right near there. He went west 1 block. What's happening? Sorry, please help. I turned north, then ran east on the 2nd Street. So it sounds like he turned north, ran east on the 2nd Street. Could be here, could be here. Then I turned north, then west. Where are you now? I headed north on the next street, now running west 1 block. Okay, so maybe he got out here, not here. And so he's actually was here. Then he went north and then west 1 block. I'm here. Running south now for 1 block. Oh my goodness, he says. What's going on? A car just ran through the intersection, hit the person. Is the driver okay? Okay, so I think we got that wrong. I think maybe he was here. Let's retrace this now. He's running. I'm headed north, he says. Then he says, I'm running. I went west 1 block. Turned north, then east on the 2nd Street. That seems unlikely. North, then east. No. Okay, so not there. How about here? Or here? Okay, let's try this. I'm headed north. We're headed north this way. Okay, so he was here. He headed north, then he goes west. And he says, I went north, then I went east on the 2nd Street. Well, that doesn't work. Are we back to this original thing? Headed north, then he went west. I should mark our starting location. Okay, let's say we assume he's here. We don't know his starting location, but we know he was at the Will Street Detective Agency. Although this is a half hour later, so maybe he could have been anywhere. But let's assume he was there. Started here. Okay. He goes north, then he runs west. Then he says, turned north. Turned north. Turned north. He's headed north. Okay, he ran 1 block west. Then he turned north. I guess that means he headed north and went east on the 2nd Street he came to. That would be here, going east. Then I turned north, then turned west. Turned headed north on the next block. What am I missing here? Maybe it works from here. Let's try this again. He went west, sorry. I'm headed north, so he's headed up this way. Dot, 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 dot. Then he ran west a block. I turned north. Then I ran east on the second block I came to. Then I turned north. Then I turned west. Then he says, I turned headed north on the next street. Now I went west one block. Now he said I went south for one block. Oh my goodness, what's going on, Benjamin? Car ran through the intersection. Maybe we're supposed to think this is... Are you okay? Wait a minute. The infected person, what's your current location? This is just not right. Seems like it would have to be here. I'm making some mistake somehow. Let's back up. Closest thing is here. Somehow I'm getting up here. I'm going to go backwards from here. Ran south for one box. I'm going to undo that. Now running west. So it's not working. This is normally the kind of thing I like. Why am I having so much trouble with it? Maybe he's not here? What did he say he was going to try to do? I'm headed towards the last place an infected person was sighted. Okay. All right, so the last person someone was sighted was 12. So he's headed here. Let's do that. Then he saw someone. Okay, now that's his starting point. Now let's see if we can recreate it. I'm headed north, he says. Now he says I'm running west a block. What's happening? He says I turned north, went east on the second street. 1, 2, he goes east. Then I turned north, then headed west. Then he says, I went north on the next street, which I think means here. And then he went west a block. Keep going, Benjamin. Okay, did he keep going? He just says, I'm running south for one block. Then he sees a crash in the intersection. What's your current location? Okay, so I think he's at Collins Hardware. He's either at Collins Hardware or when she said, keep going, Benjamin, he walked to here. So if he walked to here, he would have gone south and been in front of 11, but I think this might even be telling us that he's not at 11. Or maybe that this is outside of the quarantine zone. So I think he's at Collins Hardware. That makes sense. And in the channel, there's a suggestion that one of the missing women is a dance instructor. Maybe we've got teacher, hairdresser, dance instructor. You think that all the infected we're going to see are going to be these missing women? That's interesting. Okay, let's do this first, but I am going to make a note that our first infected had ballet shoes. All right, let's see if we've reconstructed Collins Hardware first. So It's this question right in front of no caps, no spaces. We're used to that. Okay. Let's see if that's right. No caps, no spaces, and no punctuation. I really need my keyboard here. All right, we'll do this one without the keyboard, and then I'll get up and get the keyboard, or if it's wrong. So Collins hardware. Okay, so that was the correct answer. Okay. Taken from the body of the infected, cell H. That's it, huh? Taken from the body of the infected, cell H. So if Corazon's theory is right, that this is our dance instructor, Sally Stallings. It's not her name, but okay, let's write it there. Ballet cell H. This is our first infected, which we found at Collins Hardware. At least that's where they were hit by a car. And he encountered them at the Carbon Underground, if that's of any relevance to us. Anything for us to zoom in on here? I mean, doesn't look like it. What is he looking at? It just looks like a taken from the body of the infected. Okay, this looks like a little bit of a luggage tag, maybe, right? On luggage tag. I don't know if he's taken this. Has he found a luggage tag that has written on it cell H, or is he somehow analyzed the cell? Sounds like he just found this luggage tag on this person. Looks like it's got green behind it, but I think that's green screen. Okay. All right, that was fun. In fact, this is really, let me just take a moment. This is why I like the Deadbolt Mystery Society, because it's not just all abstract puzzles. There's the reading comprehension stuff that you are used to in these cold case dossier games. All right, let's put this aside. Cell H, we have no idea what that means, but we're probably done with this puzzle about the phone call to 911. Ballet shoes, how could they run like that? I like the idea that this is one of these women that are being experimented on. For some reason, he's experimenting on 40-year-old women. Okay, now let's read Benjamin's note. All right. He says, I think I may have found out where all of this started. Oh, well, there you go. I found a dead man in the area behind Old Joe's barbecue. He wasn't one of those sleazy drug lord types that normally hang out in the area. He was well dressed and seemed to be out of place in this part of town. His driver's license identified him as Clayton Wilbanks. This guy from 2000 and from 1999 was just found by our guy. His driver's license identified him as Clayton Wilbanks. He may be known to the police department, but he isn't to me. It appears someone bashed his head in. I followed the blood trail back to a maintenance tunnel under the old abandoned Edward Mayfield High School, where we know we have lots of teachers kidnapped. I wonder if this is the guy who's been kidnapping them. What I found inside is insane. There's so much to take in. Decided to take notes on the back of this periodic table. Found a work desk where an old computer sits. Missing persons posters, doctor's notes, a bag of random items, and a picture of Will Banks and his wife. Okay, so all of the stuff we have has been found here at this desk. Now we're told where all this evidence is coming from. Along one wall at the front of the space is a locker containing jugs filled with chemicals. The labels may hold a clue of some sort if I can figure out where to look. Another wall contains a heavy steel safe. I don't think we have a picture of the steel safe, but we have this picture of the lock. This room appears to have a series of electronically locked cells made from chain link fencing that run along each side of a hallway. All of the cell doors are open. Maybe they all unlocked when the power went out. Sounds like these were holding the missing women who this guy might have been experimenting on. As I start down the hallway, the next to last cell on the right contains 4 alternating rows of numbers and letters written on the floor. I think that's this one. And a note that says, "No one can save us." No one can save us. Do we not have that note? I don't think we have that note. Okay. The cell at the end of the hallway on the same side is filled with lots of interesting things. I found a dead body. Could be his body. No, his body was found outside this place, so it's not his body. Strange markings on the side of the cell, of the wall of the cell, hash marks and red letters. So here are the hash marks. Here are the red letters. A makeup brush and a note on the body that reads, "Not sure what's in the safe. I think I figured out the code." As I make my way back down toward the entrance, the second cell on my right has 4 rows of letters and numbers. And is that this or this? Written on the floor in black marker. That seems like it's, well, I think maybe these are the same. I mean, maybe these are related, but they both look like they're written on the floor. 3 of the rows are marked through. Okay, so this is definitely referring to this one now. A clock face has been drawn on one of the walls. It has? Clock face. Okay, we don't have that. Clock face has been drawn on one of the walls. The last cell on the right has the name Bryce scratched into the concrete. I don't think we have that either. Creepy. Okay, there's the notes of our guy. He wrote them on the back of the periodic table. We don't know if that's of any relevance to us. And we've got this guy's body, or at least a body with his driver's license in it, found, and then another dead body here. Now, we also have this double-sided sheet of notes, which seems very important. Let's take a look at this. From the notebook of Clayton Wilbanks. This guy. I still can't believe everything happened so quickly. The cancer ate away at my darling like a plague of hungry locusts. She's withered away to nearly nothing despite all the treatments we've tried. And here he is maybe making a note here. Okay, she's got cancer. She's there in that shell of a body, yet it isn't her anymore. I miss her so much. I'm not accepting this as the end. One way or the other, I will bring her back to me. The methods I'm using are horrible. I'm aware of that. I know she wouldn't approve, but if it brings my dearest back to me, it will be worth it in my eyes. Is he kidnapping women and like using them to create some serum to give to his wife? She wouldn't approve. If it brings my dearest back to me, it will be worth it in my eyes. My darling loves butterflies. I caught one and put it in cell F. Will it thrive and fly while in my care, or will it wither and die? I caught one and put it in cell F. I think he might be talking about a butterfly tattoo. This woman here, the last person kidnapped, has a butterfly tattoo. I think he might be saying, looks like what we're going to have to figure out is who was in what cell. And I think he's saying he put the butterfly in F. You can't really put a real butterfly in F, but a woman with a butterfly tattoo, he's lost his mind. I've got enough for the trials, all roughly 5'9", 110 pounds in their 40s. That's what he's doing. He's using these women as experiments. And, okay. And we know our dance instructor is in H. Good point. So that was a luggage tag. It was a tag on the body of that woman who went crazy. Dance instructor was in H. Okay, let's just write down. I know you're excited about reading, but let's write down. So our butterfly is Randy Klingon. And our dance instructor, we think, is going to be Sally Stallings. Okay, so we've got two of our cells that we think we've identified. Okay, I've got enough for the trials. They're all roughly 5'9", 110. 40s. It's taken me over a year to catch them all and lock them in cells. I've done experiments on them, but nothing too invasive or dangerous. I was hoping that the cancer treatments would work and I wouldn't have to take drastic measures. Things aren't working out as I had hoped. So I'll do what I have to do. None of the women I've taken are her. But biologically speaking, they are as close as I can get. Boy, that's creepy. I'm not a monster, and I don't want it to seem like I'm heartless. To make their stay here a little easier, I've devised a game. Each test subject has a specific item that they pass between cells according to my directions. Whoever ends up with the winning item that I choose will receive a small prize like coffee, or a few minutes outside to help them while they're here. I'm using items that belong to my beloved as a way of showing her kindness to them, but I must take them back after each game is finished. There are some items they might use to try and escape. So I think maybe these are the items he's talking about, which belong to his wife. Okay, so he gives them to him with instructions to pass them along. And here is the spatial arrangement of the cells. Boy, is this creepy. I tried the treatment on the first one. She reacted horribly. Hives, vomiting, extremely aggressive, tried to rip the cell door off the hinges, died within 30 minutes. I can't accept that this is a failure. It will work. It has to. Maybe this one just had a weak constitution, although she was willful enough to bite her own hand and use her blood to write on the wall of her cell. Wow, that's creepy. So I think these are the bloody writing, although this certainly doesn't look red. It looks more purple, but I believe this would have been the writing on the wall in blood. I don't think we have any other red writing. So thankful for these electronic security locks I installed on the cells. The way the last patient reacted, I'm afraid a cheap padlock wouldn't have been enough to keep her contained. I just hope the power doesn't fail. I need to invest in a generator. Trying some different combinations as a fail-safe. This says password, name a fail-safe. Different combinations as a fail-safe in case another test patient reacts the same way. If something goes wrong again, it's important I have an injection ready to administer. And then he's got 4 rows of chemicals. I think these are going to be password, maybe. So oxygen, neon, oxygen. Yeah, that's going to be like ONO, U, N, C for cerium, ONOUN, O nouns. What's the short one? DCT, CDCT, CAT. All right, I think we're going to be able to spell these out. The realtor keeps complaining about the dead body in the cell next to hers. Okay, more clues about how to find people. So the body that died, the first person that died here, on the first one, that might be by date, right? So February 2018. August, March, April, May. And where was our mystery one? May 2nd. No, that's today. She was abducted January 2019. This one. Okay, so I think the first person dead is this one. So first dead is Amanda Gurley. Not told what cell that is, right? She did try to rip the cell door off the hinges. Okay. And then we're told the realtor is next to her. Realtor is next to Amanda. And which one is the realtor? This one. Stacy Forbes. successful realtor. Stacy Forbes. Okay, I can't take the time to clean it up, even though she still has one of my darling's belongings with her. I knew I should have taken it from her at the end of the game, but I was in a rush. I feel like I'm on the verge of a breakthrough. Okay, so something is missing. I can't take the time to clean it up. Is he saying that the item is with the dead body? All right, let's keep reading. The women have started to panic. They know their time is coming. I told them to play a round of the game. This makes round 4. They think the winner gets 15 minutes outside. What they really get is the chance to be the next one I inject. It's the only way I could choose one of them. Yikes. Okay. So round 4. All right, here he goes. I've injected another, and I'm hoping for better results. So far, so good. After an hour, there's been no visible change. I'll check the test subject when I get back from looking in on my darling. ... Everything was in chaos when I got back from the hospital. The one I injected had thrown herself against the door so many times she was a bleeding mess. In the space of a few hours, everyone has changed in their cells, becoming bloodthirsty and violent. This worries me because it means that the treatment I had designed to cure my wife may have changed and become something that can spread quickly and harm others on a wide scale. All of my test subjects are violently coughing up blood and spraying it between cells. That is incredibly creepy. All right, so the first one who died, which is Amanda Gurley, I believe, she is the one that wrote in blood on the walls. And then next to her is the realtor, Stacy Forbes. Okay, let's go translate these, and then maybe when we decode the words that they've written on the wall. And when we learn the rules about this game, knowing it's round 4 and he picked the winner from that might tell us which one is patient 0, right? Like one of these women is patient 0, and it sounds like it's might be this one, whoever he pulled out during round 4. He gave the injection. She seems to have driven everyone crazy. So I think maybe might have been round 4, might be patient 0, but we don't know. We don't know who that is yet. All right, let's try to do some of these codes. This is the fail-safe. If we can figure this out, then maybe we can answer this. All right, here's how we're going to do this. Oxygen, neon, oxygen, uranium, nitrogen, cerium, dysprosium, carbon, tantalum. Now let's see which of these are. Carbon is a pure C. That's this one. So cerium is a what? Where's my cubes here? That's calcium. So are we looking for a Ce? Deuterium is Ce. Okay. Neon is neon Ne or is it N? N is nitrogen probably. So we're probably looking at neon Ne. I should know neon is light or heavy. Nickel is Ni. Surely neon is Ne. There's neon. Ne. Oxygen's O. Uranium is U. Another nitrogen. All right, what about dysprosium? The hell is dysprosium? I've never heard of that. Not DS. It's not TBY. Why is that so out of focus? I think these would be easier to find. Well, um, okay, so there's tantalum Ta. All right, so what's happening here? It's not spelling something. 1 ounce CTA. 1 ounce DCTA. 1 ounce DCTA. Is that going to be a chemical? One ounce DCTA. That's carbon. We don't know that that's D. Okay, hold on. Dysprosium. Let's find dysprosium for real. Because I just skipped over that. 1 ounce dysprosium. It might even be 1 ounce dysprosium carbon tantalum for all we know. But let's find dysprosium. Dysprosium. Maybe DP. Why is it so hard to find dysprosium? It's not DB. It's not DS. Dysprosium DY. 1 ounce DYCTA. Or 1 ounce dysprosium carbon tantalum. Okay, now that we know that, though, you can see what these other statements say. This is number 2. Okay, so number 1 obviously says 1/2 HALF OUNCE, 1/2 ounce. This first line, 1/2 ounce. Everything after here. Germanium, phosphorus, xenon. And this is 1 ounce of dysprosium, carbon, tantalum, or DYCTA, GEPX. Yeah, I think these are just chemicals. Okay, number 3 here. 1/2 ounce ounce aluminum carbon, which is just ALC. And our fourth one says 1 ounce argon, nitrogen, phosphorus. So those are our 4 things. 1/2 ounce GPXE, 1 ounce DCT, 1/2 ounce aluminum, and 1 ounce argon. Okay, so we have 4 measurements of how much of something. Probably, I wonder if they're not these chemicals, but there's no label of what these are on here, right? I can see that this one has 3 check marks here. Goggles, respirator, gloves. This one has safety glasses and gloves. This one we can't see anything. This one says reactivity, but no other clues about how to identify these. Now, what does he say these are? Different combinations as a failsafe. Combinations of chemicals, or these are the 4 combinations of chemicals he's trying? In case another patient reacts, something goes wrong again. So did one of these trigger all this? And the name of the failsafe, that's kind of weird. All right, but I think we don't know how to use these 4 yet. I mean, I don't know. Not sure if we decode these. I don't know how to use this information. Like, okay, we get these. Some of them are 1 ounces, some are 1/2 ounce. I don't see how we use these to come up with a single name of the failsafe. Unless with some other information. Let's just assume. Let's not guess it yet. Let's just, we're not forced to do it yet. So let's worry about how to make use of it later, maybe with some other information. Now, let's figure out which of these other pieces of information we can make use of. We know that the person who wrote the blood on the wall was the first one captured. I think that's this one. To write on the wall of her cell. This is, we were told this was the numbers on the floor. So let's put that aside for a second. All right, so if you had to guess, you might guess she's written her name, maybe even when she was captured. So if we think this is the first victim, Amanda Gurley, I wonder if we don't expect to see her name here. AMA. You'd expect to see the same letter or counts of letters. I don't see it. Let's read this again. Finding about the dead body. They did the thing. Let's read this again. He puts them all in the cell. We figured out where some of them are, but we don't know how to use that information yet. Well, this is pretty wonderful in terms of a puzzle game because we've got a lot of information, but I'm not sure how to use any of it yet. I'm a little afraid to look on the chat because I feel like people are maybe coming up with solutions. So let me try to think about this a little bit more. Where's our notes from our guy again? Let's look back on this and see. We're looking for the place to carve the chicken. The joint, that we only need one. We need to pry open one puzzle to get ourselves into the next step. All right, we find this guy. Cells of the foundation. After the first injection went badly, only cells that have life matter. Okay. He finds this guy, the killer, dead with his head bashed in at the Edward Mayfield High School in the tunnel. He finds missing persons posters, doctor's notes, random items, and a picture. Along one wall in the front of the space is a locker, jugs filled with chemicals. Okay. The labels may hold a clue of some sort if I can figure out where to look. Okay, these labels might hold a clue. All right, so we can see that some of these things are checked. And then some are torn in different places. This one has a bit of a date. They're not labeled in any other way, though, but this seems to suggest there's a clue here. Another wall contains the steel safe, if we could figure out the password to that. Then there are the cells that have been opened when the power went out. I start down the hallway, the next to the last cell on the right. So he's come in the door, the next to the last cell on the right, which is I, contains 4 alternating rows of numbers and letters on the floor. No one can save us. So that's this one. So I'm going to put a little note here that this is cell I. So presumably this person is going to write their name or something. It doesn't like this green. Why would I have green stickers if it's going to confuse my cubes? I should, no green allowed. Oh, maybe it's not the stickers that are doing it. Maybe it's cubes on the table. Okay. This is going to be cell I, next to last cell on the right. So presumably when we can identify this as person's information, we'll know who's in that cell. These look like, let me see, there's a Q but no U. So I was thinking they were scrambled, but no, they could be shifted this amount each. Like E up, shift 2 to G, or down 2 to C. We'll figure that out in a second. Still doesn't really help us. Okay, no one can save us. The cell at the end of the hallway on the same side is filled with lots of interesting things. I think that's suggesting that maybe that was the end of round 4. Last cell on right. It may be suggesting that that's the cell that got all of the items, which is how he picks the person. Dead body, strange markings on the wall of the cell with hash marks. So I think we're being told that this is going to be cell J, the last cell on the same side, the right-hand side. And do we know who occupies that cell? No, we know F and H, and that's it. F and H. Okay, so we know nearby, though. One of these is going to say who the neighbor is, but let's keep going for a second. Red letters. Red letters. So that's this one. I think now we are being told that this is also going to be cell J. Markings on the wall of the cell, hash marks, red letters, a makeup brush, and a note on the body. Not sure what's in the safe. I think I figured out the code. Okay, so she knows the code on the safe. So I think we're being told that this dead body in J is going to tell us what the code is to the safe. And it may be this or this. I just want to finish doing this. Strange markings on the wall of the cell, hash marks, red letters, a makeup brush, and a note about what's in the safe. So I think I'm just going to say cell J holds safe code. And now if the dead body is in there with her things. Does that mean cell J is the dead body that still has one of my darling's possessions? So next to the realtor, I think we're being told is cell J. So I think Amanda Gurley is going to be in J. And then next to her. So if Amanda Gurley, the dead body that still has something, is in J, and then we know that the realtor is next to her, that makes the realtor in I. We already know our dance ballet instructor is H, and the butterfly is F. So we've got 1, 2, 3, 4 cells pinpointed. And does that make sense about the first one? She wrote with her own blood to write on the wall, is completely consistent with the first one being the person with the wife stuff and red letters on the wall. So that's confirmed. This is the writing of Amanda Gurley, the first victim, who also has written these and believes she knows the code to the safe. So I think we're going to be able to get the code to the safe from this or this. Now, as I make my way back down toward the entrance, the second cell on my right has 4 rows of letters and numbers on the floor. 3 of them are crossed out. So this is the second cell on the right. So this cell is B. So when we find out what name is told to us here, we'll know who's in B. The last cell on the right has Bryce scratched into the concrete. Okay, so we know what that is. That's the son of the one we called in about. So let's write this one. The last, a clock face has been drawn on the wall. Okay, let's do the clock here. Okay, now the last cell, which is A, the last cell on the right, cell A, has Bryce. Bryce, according to our note, is the son of the victim who had the reference number for the call-in. This one, Michelle Camp. So Michelle Camp is in cell A. Where's my master list of who's in where? All right, so this is getting a little messy. I'm going to transfer this information. Let's draw our cells. A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J. Okay. So we know Brandy is in F. Sally is in H. Amanda is in J. That's our first captured woman. And Stacy is in I. And Michelle is in A. F, A, H, I, J. And how many do we have total? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. We only have 7 people. I wonder if that means we're going to have some empty cells. Okay. And we have labeled our evidence based on what cell it's found in. Okay. Cell B, cell J, cell I. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, so we know someone is in B because of the writing. Okay. So the one last thing I want to annotate before we start trying to figure this out is in B, we have the crossed lines. In J, we have the red letters, hash marks, and the safe code. And in I is the one, 3 of them are crossed through. That's the one with the clock. Okay, now what about this one? Where did we get this information? Where did we learn that this was in I? Here. Next to the last cell on the right, 4 alternating rows of numbers and letters, and a note that says, "No one can save us." All right. All right. So given all of that, cell J, we know who this is, who's in here, and she thinks she knows the code. So that seems like a reasonable place to start. The only code we don't know, the only cell we don't know the name of the person is here. This one we know the name. And then this fail-safe part, I don't understand. I figured out how to decode this. It says the password is the name of the failsafe. And we know they say 1/2 ounce, 1 ounce, 1/2 ounce, 1 ounce. But we don't know how to get a password out of that. Maybe we should at least go through the trouble of spelling out all these things, although I don't know why 1/2 ounce or 1 ounce. 4 items could be chemicals. Is this failsafe his way to kill them by combining these chemicals? But why is that a... It may be that we need to get into a safe to know what this is making. Nitrogen, cerium, germanium. CeAlC, CeAlC. Half ounce ALC. Okay, so this one is just ALC. That tells me that these aren't spelling out. Those must be, let's see, ALC ounce CTA CTA ALC. All right, well, you can try spelling these out in case something jumps out. I guess I'm going to do that, but then we'll go back to the security code. I'm just going to go through the trouble of spelling out what these are. We've got 1 ounce, 1/2 ounce, 1 ounce, but I need to write down. Aluminum carbon is ALC. That's for number 4. I guess I should take a break first. Well, let me finish this and then I'll take a break. I can see most of the people have gotten tired of watching these. And you can correct me to see if I'm wrong about locations in a minute, but let me finish doing this here. We've got 1/2 ounce, and then we have germanium, phosphorus, xenon. So I'm entertaining the possibility that if we look at the 3 letters from each of the 4 lines that we will spell out something. So germanium is GE. Phosphorus is going to be PH. Or P. Phosphorus is just a P. GEP. And then xenon is XE. Okay, so there's the chemical of our first thing. 1/2 ounce of this. And then this is the one that I was having trouble finding. Carbon is a C. Tantalum we've seen a couple of times. Is it just a T or is it something else? Titanium is TI. Tantalum is TA. Okay, now here's the one I was having trouble finding. Dysprosium. Dysposium. Where is Dysposium? It's not DS? No. What the hell is Dysposium? Why am I having such a hard time finding it? Oh, there it is. That must be it. DY? DY. Okay. DYDSCTA. We already know 2 is aluminum carbon, ALD. And then we've got nitrogen phosphorus is NP, and argon, which is gonna be AR. Argon. Okay, so we've got our 4 lines. Half an ounce GE, and then GEPXEDYCTAL. So it sure seems like they don't spell anything. Half ounce, ounce, half ounce, ounce. That seems like maybe something we're entering later, except seems like, I wonder if we're going to get a recipe somewhere that tells us what this makes, and then we can use it for the failsafe. But I think we're done with this for now. All right, let's take a break, and then we'll see if we can't figure out what the save code is from this. And I'll check in with the chat if you think I've labeled rooms wrong. You think it's alcohol? ALC? No. Okay. Let's take a break. We'll come back in 8 minutes. We'll chew on this some more. Little different feel from the Deadbolt Mystery Society games that we've played so far. Different feel in terms of everything being so open-ended. As a reminder, when we finish playing this, we'll talk about it. I hope you will keep a pen and paper next to you while you're working on this. Make a note of any game design issues you want to remember to talk about. In the end, I'll see you in 8 minutes. All right, we're back. I am enjoying this case very much. I like the dark story. Checking in with the chat. All right, it seems like we're all in agreement with most of the stuff. There's some little bit of disagreement about the first one, means the first one kidnapped. I do think the first one kidnapped makes the most sense to me. I tried the treatment on the first one. He doesn't say in the first cell. He just says the first one. To me, I think that means the first one captured. Also, we're told each of these people has one item, so it was a little bit, I'm a little bit confused why. Filled with lots of interesting things. Okay. So I think the general way we're going to attack these is we know who's in some of these cells. We know their names, so I suspect that will help us figure out how to decode them. This one, we don't know the name of who's in this cell, but there is some plain text here. So I believe this is going to help us find who this is by figuring out how to decode this person's code. But, okay, and in fact, something jumps out right here to me. Okay, what jumps out at you from looking at these words? Let me read it. 4CW, 7CCW, 3CW, 2CCW, 5CW, 2CCW. Outside time. What do you make of these? And it's the same structure in these messages too. Not so Sakura, who's joined us before, knows what all the lines on that are. Okay, well, I haven't figured out all the lines, but obviously the CW and CCW are clockwise and counterclockwise. So these are a matter of going around a wheel clockwise and counterclockwise. Now, let's see. Are each of these a letter? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. No, so these aren't giving us these letters. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 could be coffee. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Clean clothes. So I'm not sure how to use these. We are told there was a clock on this wall. So this is counterclockwise, clockwise, outside time. Why is she writing a plain text word under each of these? That's throwing me a little, but there is a clock. She's counting. I suppose we could try to map how these move on the clock. 4 clockwise, 7 counterclockwise, what numbers they turn to. But I'm not sure. It's a little weird. Like, what does it mean she's crossed this out and written toothbrush, crossed this out and written coffee, crossed this out and written clean clothes? And then this one still says outside time, but isn't crossed off. So I don't know exactly what that means. But I also don't think this is that much help to us yet. I'm much more interested in the woman who says she's figured out the code. And that's J. Room J has Amanda, and she says, I figured out the code. So let's take a look at these two. I was thinking this would give us her name somewhere, and if we could decode her name, we would know how to decode the rest of it. But this seems like it might be more likely to be the safe code. However, it doesn't look like there's that much information here. What are we looking at? Are these all... This is a normal way you count things. You go 1, 2, 3, 4 slash. I forget what the name of that is. But it looks like she's done it all till she gets to this last 3. So, and then there's some green, but it doesn't look like she's done that of any import. So 1, 2, 3, 4. A little hard to do columns here, but maybe we'll do it this way. I'm just trying to count these numbers. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And that would give us 40 in the first column. And then here we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Another 40. And then 8, that's another 40. I don't know if this is the right way to do it, because at some point we get into trouble here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. That's a 35. Then we're back. This is not the right way to do it. Let me just do it the dumb way. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Got a row of 10, a row of 9. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. A row of 11. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Another row of 11. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Another row of 11. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. A row of 12. I'm not worrying about any of this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Another row of 11 below the line. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. And then plus 3. And these are all times 5. So 50, 45, 55, 55, 55, 60, 55, 55, plus 3. So what have we got? 110, 170, 225, 270, 320, 433. Now let's do it properly. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 0, 3, 9, 12, 17, 22, 27, 33, 38, 43, 433. 433. That's 2 calculations. Okay, so a number that I have that she's counted is 433. Is that the passcode? Is that the code to the safe? 433? Why would she do it that way? Seems kind of crazy. Something is 433, but I don't see why that would be the safe code. The other alternative is that we've got letters here. The other alternative is that somehow this is representing the safe code. She's got rows and columns, equal number of each. 8 by 4. Does anything jump out at you at these numbers? We could certainly try 433. I just don't see why that would. That just seems a bizarre way to represent a code, but we could try it. The safe has an OZ. That's interesting. Yeah, that is weird. Look at the 1 has a Q and the 0 has a Z, so that now we have every letter on here. And I think that would actually be less in favor of ounce and more in favor of us using letters here. Here's another thing that's interesting. Look how it's the green and the green. And that just maybe the wall separation. I claim that the person who's in here is Amanda, who's our first victim. Amanda Gurley, age 41, reported missing February 23, 2018. How do we get Amanda Gurley? Well, she wouldn't necessarily have to give her name. I see something written on here. What's this? Look, 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 look. A is Z is B is Y. That's the at-bash cipher. That's telling us that you have to reverse the position of the letters. If that's chemicals, I wonder if that's telling us that is absolutely telling us something. And then there's this. I'm just going to make my notes about chemicals. So somewhere it says for flammability, A equals Z. B equals Y, which is at bash cipher, where you just reverse every letter. But we've also got a number, 180626, and then maybe a 2. Any other writing here? Boy, that's sneaky. So, but one question is how do we use, is that a cipher? Is that telling us something about the codes that the people used, or is it telling us? Let me just read this. On one wall in front of the space is a locker, chemicals. The labels may hold a clue of some sort. It doesn't tell us what that's about, though. So one option is that we've got these weird passwords. We've got these weird 1/2 ounce. One possibility is we could use that to reverse these letters, but doesn't seem likely, does it? For the failsafe? Seems unlikely to me. But could it be telling us that it's that these operate that way? But I don't know why the chemicals would have on it that information. But let's see if we can. Let's see if we have something. Oh, it's really a shame that I don't have one of my things. Okay, that's all right. We'll just do it by hand. Okay, let's just do it this way. A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H. Okay, I don't know why she would write down using the codes finding in the chemicals, but let's just see. So it said on the chemicals, it said A equals Z or Z equals A? A equals Z. So S would go to H, L would go to O, D would go to W, N would go to M. D would go to A. This is going to be how many? I think this is right. Okay, so we said Z went to A, M went to N. Sorry. Okay, we're going to look at something that's saying how many. What? Why is it so zoomed out? Okay, B goes to Y. How many? W. Is it all symmetric? It is all symmetric. J goes to Q. Q goes to J. Okay, fine. So W is D. Z is A. Y. That's going to be S. How many days? I'm trying to do it so you can see too. How many days H-A, this is going to be, have I been here? Have I, Y, goes B, E, E, N, H, E, R, E. Okay, hopefully now we're going to get a good message. G is T, I, why am I cutting through this? Okay, T, I, E, S, T, is that a D and an L? W. Wow, that doesn't seem right. Here's the here. How have I been here? And then we've, no. Here's the HRE. How long have I been here? And then the last row says, boy, that's hard to read. It looks like it says GRNVHGDL. G goes to a T. R goes to an I. N goes to an M. Times 2. M. N goes to an M times 2. There we go. How many days have I been here times 2? Okay, so is she telling us the code for the safe? And if we're right that it's Amanda Gurley that's in this cell, this is a little tricky. How many days has she been here? Is it really? If I'm wrong about Amanda, then it's wrong. But let's see. February 23rd, 2018. We're going to use an online date calculator because we've written down that the current day is May 2nd, 2019. But was she killed today? Boy, that's a little tricky. I suppose we'll just do an online. Oh, the hash marks. Very good. Oh, well done. Well done. Okay, so we were wondering what is going on with this. We've calculated as 433. Of course, we'll have to assume she wrote this on the day she died. Oh, she was dying? Okay. So let's confirm that that's about 433, which I can see already it is, right? Because February to February would be 365 plus March, April. March, April should be 60 months, 60 days. So 395 days. That doesn't actually seem like 433. We're off by a month. I mean, I don't think it matters, except it matters if we're wrong about who it is. But actually, she's the first one, so it has to be her. Because we don't have anyone missing for longer than her. Unless there's another person missing that we don't know. Does everyone understand what I'm struggling with? So as Natso Sokara, that's just an impossible name for me. As Natso says, this hash marks is going to be telling us how many days she's been here. And I counted those at 433, unless I counted wrong. But 433 is a little confusing because if she's abducted when she says, then she should have only been in here for 395 days. Why is she in here for 433 days? Is it possible I counted this wrong? Let me check my rows. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Maybe she was only reported missing a month after she was missing. Boy, that doesn't seem right. I'm a little confused how she could have been in here for 433 days. Maybe we don't need to overthink it. We've got the number. If this calculation is right, it's 433 times 2, which is 866. All right, let's try this code 866, but I'm a little bit thrown because it doesn't seem like she should have been able to be here for that long. The other reason I'm thrown is that these things sure seemed like it was giving us clues that it's letters. But we're forgetting the golden rule here. If you've got something to try, you try it first, and then we can revisit. We can double check on a few things after the fact. So let's go ahead and try this, and then we'll think about it. We'll revisit it if we're wrong. Okay, so number of days I've been here times 2 is what this says. How many days I've been here times 2? All right, so we have said that we think it's 433 times 2, which would be 866. I do not have high hopes for this. Oh, we got it. Well done. Well done, group. You counted. I added wrong. You are absolutely right. I said 365 plus 60, but I only added 30. Why would I do that? So actually 365 times 30 is 425, which is close enough with the extra days from April 23 to May 2nd, gives us an extra week. That's 433. Okay, well done. And we got it. That's exciting. Not only did we get it, but this sure looks like the chemicals we calculated with ½ ounce, 1 ounce. So we are getting there. We are getting there. All right, well done. And we can now put these away. We've solved this puzzle. All right, now, where are our fail-safe measurements? Let's take a look. Boy, that was exciting. And the chat helped me figure out what I did wrong. Careless mistake. Nothing is more common and more ways to get just to make mistakes are the careless mistakes. Okay, let's look at what we've got here. GEXE DYCTA ALC ARNP and GEPXE. Okay, all of our items are here. All four of our items. And look, the half ounce shows us what letter to use. How cute is this? All right. Our first one is GEPXE. It's this last one on our screen. And we're told it's half an ounce, which is right where the R is already. So we're going to have 4 letters in this word. And we're already at the half ounce with the R. So letter 1 is an R. Letter 2, ARNP, we want a full ounce. So for that, we want the A. Right? The third word is half an ounce of ALC. So that's a T. And our fourth word is a... Wait, have I done these in wrong order? Why did I put these in the wrong order? Okay, our first word is an R. Our second word is dicta, and it's a full ounce, so that's an I, R-I. Our third word is half an ounce of the ALC, that's a T. And our fourth word is a full ounce of ARNP, which is an A. So I get Rita. And I think he's named it as the nickname of his wife, Margarita Rita. I think it's going to turn out to be just the nickname for his wife, Marguerite. Or he's got Rita in the All right. Shall we try it? The password to his computer. Let me put this with our solved puzzle. All right, let's give Rita a try. See if I'm wrong. If I'm wrong, we'll revisit it. Sometimes it opens, sometimes it doesn't. Sometimes you scan it and it opens up, and sometimes it downloads and doesn't open up. Revise computer unlock. Okay. Yes, download it again because you can't be trusted. All right. So we think it is Rita. It's always no caps, no spaces. So lowercase R-I-T-A. There it is. Okay, what have we got? Playing Card Moon Sponge Ticket. Okay, so this is the game he was telling about who the person who ends up with it is the one he picks. Playing Card Moon Sponge Ticket. Those 4 items. So rounds 1 through 3, he gives one of these each items. Winning items per round. Okay, so in round one, whoever ended up, what he said was, in his craziness, what he said was that he gives everyone an item. He says he's made a game. Right, he's made a game, he says. All right, come on. Why is it not? Sometimes I don't understand this little. I've created it, and yet sometimes I don't understand it. All right, let's put all this stuff away because we figured all this out. All right, guys, I'm going to turn this off for a second. Okay. So what he said was, in fact, let me say this because we may have to come back to this. All right. So here's his game, he says. Where is it seeing green? That's making it zoom in. That's what I want to know. Where are you seeing green? How about I do you this way? No. Something is exciting it about green. Oh, I bet it's this. I'm gonna do this. How about now? Okay. He says he gives each subject an item. They pass it along according to his rules, and whoever ends up with it, they think they get a prize, but that's how he chooses them. So what he's saying here is, on the first round, whoever ends up with the playing card is going to be killed. And then in the second round, it's whoever has the moon. And in the third round, it's the sponge. And in the fourth round, it's the ticket. And he says, here's the starting positions for each round. So what are we being told? What are we able to figure out here and why? So this is going to tell us what room. Starting positions. Does it tell us how it moves? Yes. No. Round 4 makeup brush was eliminated. Okay, let's think about this for a second. This whole game rules are about deciding who dies. It's telling us the starting positions. It's telling us how he decides who won. And then he says round 4, makeup brush eliminated from the game. I'm a little confused about. I'm not sure I understand what he means. Like, here is the first round playing card wins. Second round, whoever ends up with the moon wins. Third, sponge for ticket. Then here are the starting positions. Okay, that's fine. But then we're not told the rules for moving them around. So unless we miss that and we have to go through, I wonder if one of these codes is going to tell us the rules. I'll bet one of these codes tells us the rules. Okay, but even before we worry about the rules, can someone help me understand what this last line means? So I'm having trouble understanding the difference between saying that in round 4, the makeup brush is eliminated versus in round 4, the winning item was the ticket. I don't really get that. Is he saying that he removed the makeup brush from the game because it's stuck in cell J and he can't get it? Is that what that last line is meaning? Because of this, he says, I can't take the time to clean it up, the dead body in the cell. She still has one of my darling's belongings with her. I knew I should have taken it from her at the end of the game, but I was in a rush. Okay, and he is talking about the 4th round. So that's what this is saying. It's saying in the 4th round, the makeup brush is in that cell with the dead body. That's what it's saying. But the thing I don't get about that is, why would the body be dead if it wasn't the person chosen? Don't you kill the last person that has the item? How can the winning item be a ticket? That must mean he killed them. That's the person he should have injected. Mm. We don't know. We don't have the complete rules to the game, so we can't run it. Although I suppose we could infer it. We might be able to infer it, but I still am having a trouble wrapping my head around. It sure seems like he's saying, I'm eliminating the makeup brush after round 4 because of this. The dead body has the makeup brush. He should have taken it at the end of the game, but he didn't, so now he's lost it. So I think that the makeup brush is stuck in the room next to the realtor. Which I claimed, based on my previous things, is that it's Amanda Gurley, the first person kidnapped, which I claimed was Jay. I'm now having a little bit of second thoughts about. No, I'm not, because we know that's right, because She was the one who's been in there 433 days. So that's J. Is that how we make sense of this? That she's dead. I still find that confusing why it's the starting position of the makeup brush. Rounds 1 through 3. Still really throwing me. And okay, if I put aside trying to make complete sense of this, we're not sure how this helps us. I guess it would tell us ideally it would tell us who got injected each time. I've injected another. So far, so good. Yeah, I'm a little. I guess I've gotten myself into a confused state. We're told there's 4. Round 4, play a round of the game. So maybe it's not. Maybe they play 4 rounds and then he injects them. It's not like he injects them each round. He plays 4 rounds. Plays 4 rounds and then injected the makeup brush woman. But it says the winner is the ticket. Okay, I gotta. I'm just frazzled. It's too much for me. So why don't I look in the chat for some help? I guess I'm trying to decide whether there's any point in trying to figure this out now, because I don't see how we can use it at this point. But all right, let me look in the chat. Amanda had the makeup brush at the end of round 3, then she died. He only injected the person chosen starting in round 4. He gave them real prizes for the first 3 rounds. He would have gotten the item back before the injection on 4th round. Benjamin mentioned the makeup brush being in that cell in his notes. Round 4, the cell had the ticket at the end of the game. I'm afraid I can't follow it. It's just too much. You guys are giving me information, but I just can't follow it. So let's slow down. That's okay. I am very much enjoying this game. Okay, so clockwise puzzle, tell us the prizes. Okay, I think that makes sense. But now, Benjamin mentioned the makeup brush being in that cell in his notes. Is that true? I need to find that because I don't remember him explicitly saying that. Okay. He finds the notes. Locker with chemicals. Safe. Okay. He sees the written stuff. Filled with lots of interesting things. A makeup brush. Okay. Absolutely makeup brush. The cell at the end of the hallway. So that's cell J. So at least let's write down. This is the makeup brush in J with Amanda in it. Okay, good. Good, good. and the red letters and the hash marks, and we've solved all that. Okay. The second cell on the right has the line through. Okay, so we've got two more cells. Let's deal with it that way. We've got cell B on the right has got this. We don't know the name of the person who's in here. We may not be able to do this now, but we might be able to. And then in cell I, we know who's here. In cell I, we have Stacy. Stacy. Which one is Stacy? She's the real estate. Kidnapped by someone posing as a home buyer. She wears glasses. She has a green Prius. And we know more information about her. Married 20 years to Connor. You might expect that she would be writing the name of her husband. St. John Methodist Church. So we might be able to solve both of these now, or just one of them. We don't know. They look like they're completely different puzzles. It wouldn't be too surprising. Digits just go from 1 to 9. Wouldn't be too surprising if these are offsets, like add 4 to the A, add 1 to the G. Let me just do this. It's hard when the chat is saying so many different things. Dance instructor in A. Okay. Yeah. Dancers in A. Okay. Let me just see if this isn't a simple offset. I don't understand why I don't have my normal just simple list of numbered letters. It's really kind of irritating. Let me just brainstorm here for a second, and then we're gonna have to sort of reset because there's just too much information coming at me. Okay, I just want to test if this is a simple offset. So A plus 4 would be an E. G plus 1 would be an H. T plus 7 would be an A. Certainly does not look right. M, G, no. Suppose we could be going backwards. W, F, no. Okay. All right. So That's sort of the only thing that jumps out to me here. Okay. All right. There's like a tidal wave of typing in the chat of mixed stuff. Let's do a little reset here. Everyone reset. We'll take a break. We'll come back. Try to collect your thoughts in the chat about what you think is the best place for us to attack and what might be relevant. I'll see you in 8 minutes. All right, let's talk big picture here. There's only one more QR code we know about, and that's the final puzzle. Who is patient 0? In front of us, however, we have 2 codes. This one that I thought might be a little bit of an offset cipher where A gets modified by 4. I don't know how to make it work. But so we're going to put this aside for a second. We know whose cell this is in. It's in Stacy's cell. Why do we know it's in Stacy's cell? Because we're told here, as I start down the hallway, the next to last cell on the right, 4 alternating rows written on the floor, and a note that says, "No one can save us." Okay. So from a big picture standpoint, we don't know the significance of it. We don't know how to decipher it, but we also don't know the significance of it. But putting that aside, this one is more interesting. So I think we now realize we spotted very early that the CCW and CW are clockwise and counterclockwise. Now, I was thinking that was going to be instructions for decoding stuff, but now it's clear what this is, and the channel had this figured out before I did. What we're looking at here is round 1, round 2, round 3, round 4, and here are the prizes you get. So this clockwise, counterclockwise, this is the instruction for how to pass along these items. So on round 1, everyone passes 2 spaces counterclockwise, 3, then 3 clockwise, then 4 counterclockwise, 5 counterclockwise, 3 counterclockwise, 4 counterclockwise. So they all shift their items clockwise or counterclockwise. So this is the rule. On round 1, everyone's going to move their items. And whoever ends up with the winning item is going to get the toothbrush. So you start out with these starting positions, and then you do, for round 1, you follow these instructions. Everyone does this at the same time. And then whoever ends up with the playing card would win the toothbrush. Then you reset and you do it again, and the winning person gets coffee. Then you reset, you do it again, the winning person gets clean clothes. Then for round 4, it's a little confusing. It seems like maybe round 4, you don't reset. You just go again. I'm not 100% sure about that, but let's not get hung up on that. Let's do big picture. The big picture for us is the following. Reading the doctor's note, he says he's doing these tests. He hasn't killed anyone yet. He makes the game. They play the game. And then he killed one of them. He injected one of them. He didn't kill. He injected one of them and she died. But that person is not patient 0. That person did not spread their infection. We know who this is. This is going to be, I think, our first victim, Amanda Curley. think. Or it's the first winner. No, I think it's Amanda Curley, because we ran her puzzle. She wrote the names. She died in the cell. She's been here the most time. Okay. She died, but she's not patient zero. And our goal is to figure out who patient zero is. So it's at this point, he says, he can't clean up that dead body. So, but don't worry about that. But he says, now we're going to play a round of the game. And now the winner, he says, is going to get outside time. But really, he's going to inject her. And when he does, it looks good for a little bit. But then the power goes out. And the one I injected threw blood everywhere, and they all became insane. So you can see the big picture is we have to figure out when they ran this contest, this game, we have to figure out who won the final round. Who ended up with the ticket? Because whoever ended up with the ticket is the one he injected, which became patient zero. That's our big picture. We know where everything started. We know the rules. We should be able to find who ended up with the ticket on round 4. A little more complicated because the makeup brush is gone and one of the people is already dead from previous time. The only wrinkle in this, so now we understand the big picture. The only wrinkle is that we don't understand this part with Stacy, which says 4 alternating rows. No one can save us. So it doesn't necessarily seem like we need to decode this to work out the answer to the main thing, but the rules of Deadbolt are always that we should solve every puzzle. She could be giving us a clue to what they did about the makeup brush. What could she be saying? No one can save us? No? Let's see if the chat has a theory. Maybe no one can save us could be a key towards deciphering it. The CCW is the one to solve. Well, I'm not sure I agree with that. I mean, I do think we could, seems like we can solve the CCW. So maybe we should. And maybe we can't see this, but look what this says. Solved all the puzzles, ready to solve the box. That feels like that's the last thing to do. So it feels like this might give us a clue. Now, maybe if we try to run this game, we'll realize there's something where we can't run it because there's a piece missing. And maybe what that piece is, what to do about the makeup brush and the dead person in the cell. Like, we can't run the game with a dead person, right? We can't run the game passing items through the dead person's cell. So we don't know how to solve that. But I wonder if this one might tell us that. Now, is it possible this is using the same @bash cycle? Natsu Kosakura points out another thing, which is some of these cells are empty. Boy, this channel really throws me sometimes, saying cell C is empty. Well, yeah, cell C is empty, D is empty, E is empty, G is empty. Or some of these, we don't know. More than one cell is empty. So we don't know how to do that. Although possibly we could run that game and find out why our girl in J got killed with the makeup brush. But let's try to think on this. Let's try to think on this. At least we understand the big picture, that we're going to simulate that game and figure out who won the 4th round, and that'll give us the name of the person injected. But it seems like we have to solve this first. The only clues we have here is we know the person who's here. We know it's Stacy. The real estate agent. And we know a bunch of stuff about her. We know she was kidnapped by someone posing as a home buyer. We know she's 45, drives an emerald green Prius, wears tortoiseshell glasses, missing since May 14th, 2018. So this isn't our girl with the church. So would she write her name Stacyforbus? Stacyforbus. So she doesn't seem to have written her name. Each letter has a number above it. Are they always the same? No. Here's an E6 and an E6, but here's an E2. What about distributions? We've got a Q and no U, so it doesn't look like we've gotten scrambled. But they almost feel like they are. There's a Q without a U, so it's not scrambles. That would seem to suggest that we're flipping letters. Could they be using the same thing with the A goes to Z? We tried that, right? That would give us a Z here, and that doesn't really seem right. Numbers are going from 0 to 9. Is it possible those... I wonder if... Is it possible? I mean, they're looking at the safe. Is it possible that, like... I want to see Q. Where is the U? The U is an 8 on here. Do you think it's something like interweaving letters and codes here? Like 4 is IA, but then 1 has to be a Q. The only thing the 1 can be is a Q. That's a problem for me. I thought that was going to be it. Hey, here's another observation. What do you notice about these digits? About the distribution. Look how many ones there are. There's a crazy number of ones. And look, 2018, 2017. Is this a date? 2018, 2017. That can't be a coincidence. What about dates? When did Stacy go missing? May 14th, 7/14. No, May is the 5th month. 5/16. May, March, April, May is 5th month. She's 2018. It can't be a coincidence that we have a 2018 and a 2017. It can't be. And then what about all these 16, 15, 18? 15, 16, 18. Two 2017. How would we use that though? Even if we say that's a 2018. 2017. How do we use that? Well, it can't be a coincidence, can it? But the only person we have is the earliest person is in 2008. Our earliest person, why did I put these out of order? And then we have 2019s, but we don't have any of those. Oh, that's weird. Fifteen, 16, 17. 15, 16, 17. 15, 16, 17, 18, 14, 12, 13. Do we have pairs number going from 1 to 16 to 18? Do we have, like, it would be in a weird order, but do we have like 15, 16, 17, 18? Where would be our 19? Because you'd have to have a 19 for this to make sense. And I don't see it. Boy, that is... okay, what if it ends at 18? 15, 16, 17, 18. And then 14, 13, 12. But then where's our 11? Boy, that's so... my brain is telling me that there shouldn't be those kinds of coincidences. Okay, well, even if I'm right, 15, 16, if they were in order, it would be SHWE. Where's the 14? TISH. And then we, WEGT, or WEPN. Doesn't seem right. No. Boy, that's weird. There's something very weird about these numbers. All right, let's see if the chat has figured it out. There are 3 5s, so it can't just be 1 through 19. Okay, well, the chat has not figured it out, except the chat has made a convincing case that this can't be as simple as that. But boy, there's something very odd about these numbers and how many ones there are. That is really confusing, but the Q's are even more confusing to me. Let me go back to this thing again. So I was thinking like Q, there has to be a U. Well, the ones are, but the ones are Q's. That's too many. It's too many Q's. 2018, 2017. Very crazy. The thing is, if we've got a Q and we have no U, then it has to be that these letters must transform. Unless it's a rail cipher that's like, this is a Q, that's a U. But that doesn't make sense. There would be U's all over then. All right, let's try the old technique. It says, no one can save us. Rather than try to solve it, let's try to brainstorm possibilities. What have we noticed? We've noticed there's a Q but no U. We've noticed there's a huge number of 1 digits. That's really throwing me. 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1. That's just an insane number of ones. No one can save us. No one can save us. No one. A T E A C. The fact that the kills the Q is very appealing. No one can save us. Let's try it. A B. We skip the L. We skip the G. E A. Skip the Q. C H. C H E R I S I N C E L L B. Okay. Well, we got it here. Is in cell B. How cool is that? No one can save us. We notice how many ones. We focused in on the no one can save us, and then we all clicked it at the same time in the chat, and I did independently at the same time. Okay, let's see what I've done wrong here. ECH and then ERIS, Eris in cell B. At each each ER is in cell B. At a teacher is in cell B. Okay. So we knew that B is this one, but we don't know who's in there. But now we're told a teacher is in cell B. Okay, so is it Brandy who's a teacher? We have a dance instructor, we have retail, we have a hairdresser, we have a teacher, we have real estate, and we have librarian. Okay, so we have 2 teachers. Pam Caldwell or Brandy Klingon. So it's either Pam or Brandy. In cell B. But look, the butterfly. I don't think we already know Brandy's in F because of the butterfly. So this must be Pam. I think, just thinking about the logic of this, it's probably going to turn out that cell B is the one and it's going to be Pam. But now we have to run the final puzzle and figure it out. Okay. That was pretty amazing. All right. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Those are our 6 people. We've got 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. No, we've got 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. We've got 7 people, but we've only identified 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 people in cells. What are we missing? Who are we missing? Brandy, we've got. Sally is in H. Brandy is in F. Lynn, we don't know where Lynn is. Michelle is in A. Pam is in B. Stacy is in I. And Amanda's in J. So it's Lynn that we don't know where she is. So what's our theory then? Lynn, the retail person. What's our theory? It seems like she would be most likely in G. Like, why would you have this gap? But on what basis? Surely there's something we're overlooking. Cell D is occupied? How do we know cell D is occupied? How do we know it's D? Is it because of this? A, B, D, F, H, I, J. There's the cell list. Aha. Okay. A, B, D, F, H, I, J. There we go. A, B, D, F, H, I, J. Okay, so G is not used, C is not used, and E is not used. Terrific. So now we know that's Lynn. Okay. Okay. We now have everyone assigned. It's time for running the final puzzle and figuring out who was the winner of the 4th round, and that's going to be our patient 0. Okay. Now, let's figure out the way to do this. We're going to have to figure out how to interpret these instructions, and we're going to have to figure out, well, let me just see. We have Michelle in A. Okay. Then we have Pam Caldwell, the looker, B. No one's in C. We've got Lynn in D. We don't know if it's going to be important that C is empty, but we'll just put that there. And then E is empty. And we've got Brandy in F. Then we've got G is empty. Then we've got Sally, Stacy, and lastly, we have Amanda in J. Okay. There's our layout. Now, so I can't show you that at the same time. It's not going to let me. All right, so maybe we're going to have to do it on paper rather than on the table, but let's figure out big picture logic. Big picture logic. Okay. So let's just talk this through for a second. Rounds 1 through 3, the starting positions. So we don't care about rounds 1 and 2. Is that right? Because we know it always resets. So we're going to run round 3. And then is our theory that wherever things end up, at the end of round 3, we then play round 4, starting with the things where they are? It's a little weird that it doesn't tell us that, but is that what we think? Let's just get our ground rules straight. There are other questions to answer, but let's do one thing at a time. So we're told starting positions for rounds 1, 2, and 3. So they reset each round 1, round 2, round 3. But then is our theory that we run round 3 and then we leave everything where it is at round 3 and we run round 4? I think that's what we're thinking. Are we all in agreement about that? If so, we can take these items out. Bobby pin starts in, let's get this out. Bobby pin starts in A. B is the ticket. D is the playing card. H is the sponge. I is the ponytail holder. The moon is in F. And then the makeup brush, we'll call this, is stuck in J and is never going to leave. So maybe we'll just do it with a thing. Okay. Now, no one is answering my question, though. Big picture story. We're going to run round 3, and then we're going to leave everything where it is and run round 4. Yeah? Are we in agreement that that's what we think happens? Because that's the key. We can't just run round 4 because we don't know where it starts. We don't know where round 4 starts other than by running round 3. All right, I want to write, well, there's our order. Okay, A, B, C, D, E. A, B, C, D, E. And then we go F, H, A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J. But everything's going to go clockwise and counterclockwise. So I think what I need to write down for us, because we're only going to run this, we're only going to move one of these. We've got the bobby pin, the ticket, the card, then going clockwise, we're skipping this one. So then we have the hair tie, then we have the sponge, and then the moon. So going around clockwise, bobby pin, ticket, card, hair tie, sponge, moon. The reason I'm writing that down is I'm going to move one of these around, and after I finish, we can reset them all. We can place the others. All right, so just to run this, here are the instructions. We're going to have to run round 3. So 5 places counterclockwise. And when we say that, another assumption is that they're going to skip blank places. And we know the winner of round 3 is the sponge, but the ticket is the only one we really care about, because the ticket is who's going to win. So I think we're going to do it this way. Let's try it this way. So I get 5 counterclockwise. We're only going to track the ticket. So I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Then 3 clockwise. 1, 2, 3. I'm just going to people. Then is that a 7 counterclockwise? That's a 7 or a 1. I don't like this added complication. Okay, I can see we're going to have issues here. No. 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 It's definitely not going to be the same if Jay is alive and we're skipping. But the point is, she's dead in a previous running of the game. If there's 6 players, then it doesn't matter if it's a 7 or a 1. Okay, maybe that's true. Let's find out. If I go 7 counterclockwise, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, or 1 counterclockwise, same thing. Okay, so we're going here. We can talk about the whole thing with Jay and skipping after we do this. We'll make a discussion of it. All right, but you're right. 7 and a 1 are the same with the 6-player game. Good. Then 4 clockwise. So 1, 2, 3, 4. 2 counterclockwise. 1, 2. 5 clockwise. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So according to this, now remember, this is where the ticket ends after round 3. And then according to my list, I can recreate. The ticket would have been here. The card would have been here. How can the ticket, card, hair tie, sponge, moon, and bobby pin? So according to my records, this would have been where everything went at the end of the 3rd round. Except now everyone is disagreeing with me, saying Amanda was alive. Okay, so I guess we got to stop now. I want to run this first. But in my way of thinking, Amanda has been dead for a long time before this game started. So in my mind, the channel is wrong about this, but we'll revisit it. But let's finish this first, then we can revisit it. Now we're doing round 4. Let's at least get this process down. And we're going to assume that the rules are things start where they were. But it does say round 4 makeup brush eliminated. That seems to suggest that she was involved in this at the beginning. But all right, I gotta move on. I gotta not worry about that for now. I can only do one thing at a time. I'm going to run round 4 from here. So 4 clockwise. 1, 2, 3, 4. And then 7 or 1 counterclockwise, which we say doesn't make a difference in a 6-person game. Although we can't tell if that's a 1 or a 7. That seems like a terrible decision to make a puzzle where you can't tell the difference between the 7 and the 1. We won't worry about it. 3 clockwise, 1, 2, 3. 2 counterclockwise. 5 clockwise, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 2 counterclockwise. That would have Michelle with the ticket. And then doing the reset, we have ticket, card, hair tie, sponge, moon, and bobby pin. All right. So with this scheme, where we've had to make a bunch of assumptions, always 6-player, the ticket goes to Michelle with this setup. And assuming that the winner of the 4th round is Michelle. Okay. Now we can back up and talk about whether Amanda was in the game until the 4th round and what that means for passing her stuff around. All right, let's go to the chat. I gotta be careful because I can feel I'm gonna get frustrated here. So try to take your time when you write something out. Try to write a complete statement of your thoughts. So look, all right, so what we're gonna try to work out here now is who was starting this game on round 3. I take it that the channel is reacting to the fact that these notes say that during round 4, Makeup Brush got eliminated. That's fine as a general theory. Like if you're reading these instructions, these sound like that Makeup Brush got eliminated. The problem with this is that with your theory here that she got eliminated between rounds 3 and 4, the problem is it completely is inconsistent with the whole story, right? Because the whole story is he kills her, right? Doesn't he kill her right here? He tries the treatment on the first one. He kills her. And then he says, okay, they're panicking. I told them to play a round of the game. Oh, this makes round 4. Okay, so maybe you're right. It killed her on round 3. And now they're going to play round 4. Okay, well, if that's true, then... All right, so now we're back up. Okay, that's fair. I thought he was saying he killed her a long time ago, died within 30 minutes, but he did. He killed her a long time ago, and then they worked from here. Okay, but, okay, all right, that makes sense. It does make sense. So in other words, he killed the person with the sponge at round 3. The reason that doesn't make sense, the only part that doesn't make sense is this. Like, here, round 3 prize was clean clothes. So why did he inject her on round 3 if this was supposed to be the prize? This is the confusing thing. I thought the whole point was rounds 1 and 2, no one's dying until this one. So this is the part that seems inconsistent to me. But okay, if we assume he killed her on round 3, then the brush, well, that also doesn't make sense. Because according to this, the winner at round 3 was the sponge. So why would he be killing the girl with the brush? Someone explain that to me. Okay, I think the chat has a reasonable theory here. All right, I gotta ignore this part about running the game. You guys are going, guys are going off the rail. But this part makes a little more sense. What you're saying is he just they played the game. They played the game. And however they played it, the makeup brush ended up in cell. The makeup brush started in cell J. So the theory is he just randomly injected her while she had the makeup brush. I think that means that they all start with their starting stuff. Let's reset them to their starting stuff. F had the moon. H has the makeup sponge. I has the ponytail holder. She has the makeup brush. So the idea is he just injects her for fun of it without playing any game. He kills her. She dies, still with the makeup brush that stayed in her cell. Then he says, now let's run another game. And the ticket will win. So it sounds like it was whatever I ran already, right? Because not necessarily. They ran round 3 and then he killed her because he says after she's dead, then they run round 4. So this must have been what it looked like at the end of round 3. But then if that's true, then including makeup brush, if she played in round 3, then does everything not change? Boy, that is really throwing me. Let me just see if everything comes back. Round 3. Oh, but this fucking 1s versus 7. That is just infuriating to me. It's absolutely infuriating. Okay. So here's the problem I'm struggling with. I have to just talk to myself because it's just too much. The part I'm struggling with is the rules say that to start round 3, this is the setup. And then it says that this woman was killed with the makeup brush. But it also says that sometime later they start round 4. So when did they play round 3? Did they play round 3 and it ends with her still holding the makeup brush and they kill her? Which is what it sounds like from this comment about round 4, the makeup brush is eliminated. Or did he kill her before they run round 3 and then they ran round 3 and round 4? It sounds like they ran round 3 first. But then how did she end up with the same item she started with? Unless round 3 leaves you with what you started. So let's try that. If it does, then it doesn't really matter how we did it. So 5 counterclockwise. Let me just do it a thing. 5 counterclockwise. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 3 clockwise. 1, 2, 3. I'm now including this person. Then this fucking 7 or 1. Let's do 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. That's infuriating. 4 clockwise. 1, 2, 3, 4. 2 counterclockwise. 1, 2. 5 clockwise. Have I done too many? I don't know. I have to go again. 1, 2, 3, 4. No. Okay, round 3. 5 counterclockwise. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 3 clockwise. 1, 2, 3. 7 counterclockwise. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 4 clockwise. 1, 2, 3, 4. 2 counterclockwise. 1, 2. 5 clockwise. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Then it would be over here and everyone would have different things. Does everyone see the problem? Probably not. Here's the problem. The problem is we're told that they're going to run this final round 4. He says, everyone's panicking. There's a dead body here in J, and they're going to run round 4. We need to know where things start to run round 4. To do that, we need to know where they start at round 4. So the question is, this person, which we now think was just arbitrarily killed, he describes it here. I tried the treatment on the first one. He doesn't say, he tells about the game they play. And then he says he killed her. Now we know that when he killed her, the makeup brush had to be in her cell. That's what we're told. The makeup brush is in her cell. The problem is that that makes it look like he killed her before they played round 3. Because the makeup brush can't be in her cell at the end of round 3. We just ran it. And it's not, doesn't end up there at the end of round 3. Unless that 1 is, unless we read that as a 1, I guess. Is that possible? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3. 1. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. The makeup brush does not stay in her cell during when they play round 3. So isn't it more likely that what it's saying is that he killed her because the... If you assume the sponge ended up in her cell at the end of round 3, and that's why he killed her, then that makes some sense. But that doesn't match the starting positions. All right, let me look at the chat and take a very deep breath because I can see my brain is struggling. Okay, let's go through this slowly. Corsican says, what matters is round 4 is the first time the game determined who got injected. Okay, I like that. Let's agree with that. Round 4 was the only one that decided who got killed. But the question is, yeah, how does she end up with the makeup brush when she's killed? So here's another possibility. Here's another possibility. We are looking at this. We are looking at this saying that round 4 must have continued we were saying round 4 must have continued where everything was left. But is it possible how do they play round? Let's see, they set up for round 3. They play it. What if round 4 also resets this way? Okay, so follow me. What if every round starts this way and it doesn't continue from where it left off? It always resets. And then the story is they all played round 3, then they all reset. He puts the makeup brush back in J, and then he kills her. And everyone's got their initial setup for round 4. He says she had a brush at... This is the other weird thing, right? It says... He says explicitly, there's a dead body in the cell. She has one of the possessions. I should have taken it from her at the end of the game, but I was in a rush. So it sure sounds like she had the makeup brush at the end of the game. How is that possible that she has the makeup brush at the end of the game? That doesn't really make sense. She starts with the makeup brush. So how can he say that he should have taken it off from her at the end of the game? Unless it doesn't change position. But I've run it twice now and it does. They can't be counting the end. They can't be counting the empty rooms. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. That's not addressing any of the questions we're struggling with. It may be poor design. If we just assume that at round 4, no matter how you look at it, if we assume that at round 4, this is the starting setup, and it's not that we have to run rounds 3 and 4, but that we can just run round 4 from this starting position. If that's true, then we've got 4 counterclockwise, 1, 2, 3, 4, skipping the person. Then we've got the mysterious 7 and 1 counterclockwise, but we're going to say it doesn't matter because there's only 6 people. So I'll just call that a 1, or 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 3 clockwise, 1, 2, 3. 2 counterclockwise, 1, 2. 5 clockwise, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 2 counterclockwise, 1, 2. That puts Lynn as the last one. This makes more sense game-wise that it's Lynn, because Lynn was the last piece of our puzzle. And then where's my list? Just for fun, it's ticket, card, hair tie, sponge, moon, bobby pin. Okay, I think as long as we assume everything resets and that there's some sort of error in terms of that game, in terms of telling us when he killed her, when she had the makeup brush, then Lynn would have won round 4. I think that's the answer instead of Michelle. We don't run round 3 and 4. We just run round 4. Everyone must have the starting positions. I think there's a bug in the game puzzle between story and this. I don't really understand. Something is messed up here. But then we've got Lynn with the ticket. Well, we can look at the answer when we finish and try to make sense of it. But I do think there's a problem here with that. All right, so we've spent an hour on this. We're ready to guess. If we're wrong, we'll reevaluate. But we have to take a break. We'll come back. We'll try our answer. Hopefully it's right. Either way, this is it's a little unfortunate because other than that, this game's been amazing. But this little last puzzle is a little frustrating. We'll come back in 8 minutes. We'll try it out. It sounds like we're all in agreement that this is our best guess. I'll see you in 8 minutes. We're back. The channel is being very gracious in accepting my my routine apology for getting frustrated. We all seem to be agreed that this last puzzle has got a flaw in it, but not quite sure how. It would have been better if it just said he ran the game with the usual setup. He left out the makeup brush. Yep. There's a lot of ways this could have been less crazy. But we can discuss that at the end. We all, I think, are in agreement that it's Lynn who ended up with the ticket at the end of the 4th round. That's the one that wins the prize, the one with the ticket at the 4th round. And that's when he chose her to inject. And he says that right here. He says, this makes round 4. They think the winner gets 15 minutes. What they really get is a chance to be the next one I inject. And then he says, I did inject another one. So far, so good. And then everything's fine. And then the power goes out. The one she went crazy, threw herself against the door. Everyone got infected. It means the treatment I had designed to cure my wife may have changed and become something that can spread quickly. All right, so it's Lynn is our killer, is the one who is patient 0. All right, we're going to try to answer this now. It's not going to completely shock me if this is wrong, but I do think we're going to be right. Does anyone want to get on the record and say that they think we're going to be wrong? You got a couple seconds to get on the record and say that you think we're going to be wrong before it's going to be too late to change your mind. Remember, there's no envelope to open here either. It's just going to tell us the answer right now. And here's our crazy guy, by the way. Clayton, trying to save his wife. Okay, and here I got to do it again. All right, here we go. Full name, no caps, no spaces. Oh, sorry, you weren't seeing that. All right, there we go. Full name, no caps, no spaces. Patient 0. Lynnprice. Nope. Lynnprice. Nope. Well, that's unfortunate. I'm trying not to get, I'll tell you what, I'm not immediately frustrated. Now, why is that? Because I am really enjoying this case, and I'm trying to, like, we've come up with an explanation that feels wrong, but the closest we could make sense of. And it didn't like it. Okay, so let's clear our stuff here for a second. So I did run it differently. Okay, let's think for a second here. Cancel this. This is the worst part though, where I can't get back. We want that. Okay. All right, fine. All right. Let's try to take it. I don't have cap. I think I do have caps lock on. I think I do have caps lock on. Because look, all right. There is a caps lock. Okay, I think caps lock was on. I was just about to do everything all over again. All right, let's try again. Oh my god. This is why you don't use encrypted PDFs. But all right. All right, come on. All right, we're trying this again. Download the file. It wouldn't be the first time that I've gotten. Okay, here we go. We're trying again with Glenn Price. Caps lock is off. Thank you for catching that. Okay, full name LYNNPRICE. Hey, good catch. Okay. Patient zero is Lynn Price. The moment you determine that Lynn Price is patient zero, you try calling Chief of Police David Millington again. Fortunately, he answers this time. Within minutes of learning the identity of patient zero, he notifies the CDC. Almost immediately, helicopters begin to do flybys over the streets of the quarantine zone, looking for the woman who matches Lynn's description, while troops in hazmat gear search on foot. Traffic cameras are activated, facial recognition software is used to scan each and every person who passes in front of the lens in hopes of finding Lynn and stopping her before she escapes the dragnet and infects the entire city. Yet, for some, locating patient zero's whereabouts isn't the most monumental thing to come out of this investigation. Some have a much more personal connection to this case. The families of Amanda Gurley and Sally Stallings are able to find a sense of closure after months of worry and heartbreak. The outcome isn't at all what they had hoped and prayed for, but there is a finality to the news that allows them to close this dark chapter of their lives and grieve properly. Now they know what happened. It isn't much, but at least they won't lie awake at night, wondering, theorizing, crying themselves to sleep. Their only comforts are the realizations that they've received and the memories they cherish. Those will have to be enough. Within hours, the other test subjects are rounded up one by one and placed in isolation chambers where they can be properly evaluated and studied by the CDC. Their fate isn't as clear-cut, and the news those families receive is seen as a mixed blessing by most. Yes, the missing women have been found and are alive, but for how long? And at what cost? The contagion that Clayton Wilbanks devised in hopes of curing his wife's cancer turned those infected by it into something not altogether human. Can the infection be cured and the changes reversed, or has the infection done permanent damage, leaving these women in a state of biological limbo, where they're still basically human but act like savages? Might they even succumb to the contagion within hours or days? Now, anything's possible at this point, and it's clear that even Wilbanks himself didn't fully anticipate what the end result might be. The one saving grace about this particular outbreak is that the infection is bloodborne, making it more difficult to spread than those of the airborne variety. Those citizens suspected of coming into contact with the infected women are isolated and studied. However, none of them have shown signs of turning. The coming days will be ones of scrutiny and cautious optimism. The world waits with bated breath, praying that this man-made plague is contained and will no longer be a threat to anyone ever again. Patient zero, however, is yet to be found. She's gone to the most unlikely of places, the one place they won't think to look, the home of Clayton Wilbanks. Although Lynn's body and mind has been ravaged by the disease, there is a glimmer of sanity left in there, and it's just enough to drive her to seek out justice for what has been done to her. Apparently, Wilbanks had realized his wife was about to die and moved her back to their residence at the last minute, wanting her to pass away on her own terms. Lynn discovered where their home was located after the power outage allowed her to escape her cell, giving her the chance to bludgeon Wilbanks to death and comb through his belongings until she found the address. The alarm at the Wilbanks home triggers the moment Lynn breaks out one of the windows and crawls through into Marguerite Wilbanks' bedroom. Emaciated and weakened to the point that she's unable to fend for herself, Marguerite can do nothing other than lie there in her sickbed and pay for the grievous sins of her husband. Clayton loved his wife enough to do unspeakable things to others in hopes of saving her, but that love has now become a curse that will seal her fate. When officials arrive on the scene, they find their patient zero crouched over the dead body of Marguerite Wilbanks. Unwilling to wait on the cancer to do its worst, Lynn finished the job, taking some small sliver of satisfaction from the fact that she had stolen something just as valuable from Clayton as he had stolen from her. Having been the first to be infected meant that the contagion had been incubating in her system longer than it had in the other women. If rage could have been measured as accurately as temperature or blood pressure, hers would have shown up as a violent spike on the monitor. The moment she was discovered, she reacted just as any caged animal would do when its back was to the wall. She lashed out and tried to take as many of the scientists and police officers down with her as she could. The air was quickly filled with the thunderous roar of gunfire and the acrid smell of burnt powder. Within seconds, patient zero was no longer a threat to anyone else. It will be weeks or possibly even months before the CDC concludes its work in Valley Falls, but for tonight, all of the test patients are accounted for, and the makeshift laboratory where Clayton Wilbanks did unspeakable things is locked down and guarded by troops with automatic weapons. It's a victory, and its magnitude can't be overstated. Yes, lives have been lost today, but many more lives have been saved. Sometimes the scales don't always balance. In those instances, you have to accept the outcome, no matter how bleak, and focus on the good. Today is one of those days. Tomorrow, however, is a new day, and one that's free of the threat of infection, and who knows what a new day will bring? Maybe hope. That, after all, is what the citizens of Valley Falls need the most right now. Hope. Okay. Well, I want to hear what you thought about that. Aside from the hiccup of that last puzzle, I loved it. I would say this is right up there for my top Deadbolt Mystery Society experiences. There were some really interesting puzzles. And I mean, I've talked about the advantages of having act-based games, but this one was particularly enjoyable in that I really felt like for big chunks of it, we just didn't know how to attack it, and we had to really think about it. And the narrative was dark. It was just what I was looking for. And it required not just, here's a piece of paper, solve this puzzle, but here's the puzzles and the pieces, and then here's this narrative and trying to understand it. So, I mean, I think without some collaboration with the chat and working as a team, it could have been much easier to get frustrated. I just really liked how difficult it was, and how difficult it was just to get our footing, to figure out what pieces go with what and what we should attack next. And it also felt like all of our clever thinking was rewarded, like especially this puzzle with the ones, like the fact that we could look at them and study them and try to notice there were some patterns and use that to work our way to it. And in fact, even this last puzzle, the mechanic of it was very clever and satisfying. It was only because there seemed to be a real flaw in the puzzle that it was frustrating, but could have been much worse. And a very well-written epilogue. Odd that it wasn't printed in the material. I don't know why. It seems like they would be better off writing a little envelope that you open. And I am curious to know what went wrong with that last puzzle. But I really enjoyed this one. I like the story. I like the puzzles. I like how they mix together. Let's see what the chat thought. Corsican says, definitely a top-notch game apart from the ambiguity and flawed design on the last puzzle. It definitely earned its difficulty rating. I do agree with that. Let's see if we can find the... Deadbolt Mystery. I still want to hear your thoughts. Keep them coming. Infected answers. Hints. Let's see. So we've got revised solutions and solutions. That's interesting. I wonder if they released a fix for it. And hints. Is there revised hints? Let's see, what have we got here? Hint file solutions. Well, let's look at the hints first. 8 pages, rect card, missing persons, chemicals, letters and numbers. Okay, no hints for the game. All right. I guess they just consider that solution. Okay, let's look at the final solution. I don't know if this is... guess that's not it. So... oh, guys. Really? No, I don't want downloads. Can you go to a page? Oh, do I hate using the mobile apps. I really loathe having to do this on this mobile app. Okay, so can we close everything but this? Okay, what about this crazy thing? Oh, yes, delete the group. All right, so let's see. We have a revised and solutions. Let's see if we can get both of them open. Yes, download it again. All right, let's look at. What's happening? There's no solution for the ending puzzle? What on earth is that supposed to mean? How can you not have an ending solution? Oh, there's the solution. I guess letters and numbers. 3 rows marked out. I don't know what the hell that's about. Letters and numbers. I guess this is it. Once you've unlocked this computer, it gives you vital information about the game. This is the hints. The first 3 winning items are represented by the lines that have been marked out. These have already been played. It's talking about this card. Okay. In his last mention of the games, he says the winner will be the one with the he injects. Thus, the 4th winning item represents patient 0. In his description of the rules, he states the winner is the person who ends up with the winning item based on the directions. Using the information on the computer screen, assign the correct items to each cell. You should already have the correct missing persons in the correct cell now. So it wants us to play round 4 without resetting the items, but this seems to say we should reset them, which is what we did. Follow his directions, moving the items around the cells. Keep in mind the one rule he put in place and wrote on the back of his wedding photos: only cells that have life matter. This means skipping cells that are empty or contain someone who's dead. Okay, so that's what this was about, but that's what we did. We intuited that. All right, so we can see the problem with the puzzle. The problem with the puzzle was that this wants us to reset it. There are 2 problems with this puzzle. The first one is it didn't say to reset for round 4, but the second problem was that the narrative said he killed Amanda and the brush was in her cell at the end of her game, which doesn't make any sense. So, but there's no explanation of it here. But maybe we're going to see an explanation in the revised solution. There's the solution to the assignments. Okay, we got all that. Okay. All right, there's no explanation for it. All right, we're going to do one last thing. Deadbolt Mystery Society, Infected, Broken Puzzle. Okay, let's just see if there's any entries for this. Here's a review saying we did it fine. No, nothing. All right, well, it doesn't mean that someone's not going to be discussing it. Let's see if these review discussed any problem. This is one of these fake reviews. Oh, no, C4 review. Okay, here we go. Let's see if these people... Okay, it doesn't even exist. All right, never mind. Never mind. Never mind. The whole thing with the makeup brush caused a whole lot of confusion. There was no reason for it to even be in her cell since it didn't need to be there to identify her. Yeah. It could have been fixed very easily. In fact, if they had just said that every round these reset, then it wouldn't have mattered. None of it would have mattered. It was only because it gave contradictory information about how it was in her cell at the end of the game. Okay, but the group figured out the most likely outcome, passing the bad rules, and we did solve it. I still think with that flaw, boy, did I enjoy that case. One of my favorites. A real shame that that last puzzle did have a problem. I wonder if we shouldn't write a little fix for it. What would be our fix? Our fix would just be that he resets it. He resets it at the beginning of the 4th round, and that she didn't end up with the makeup brush at the end of the last round, right? That was the second problem. There's actually 2 problems. The first problem is that well, I have another fix. Yeah, you can't, it's not just that. You have to reset, but you also have to fix. You're right, that would let you solve it. But there's still this very confusing bug here where he says that he should have taken it from her at the end of the game, but I was in a rush. That suggests that the brush was hers at the end of the game, which doesn't work. But I'll tell you what we could do to fix it. I'll tell you what we could do to fix it. There's an easier way to fix it. Just have him put in his notes that he used the usual setup but didn't include the makeup brush the person who started. No, I think there's an even easier way to fix it. There is an even easier way to fix it. That's less confusing. Here's what we do. We change this to make it reset. In other words, we make round 3 leave everything where it was at the start of round 3. If you do that, then it's legal to say that you left the brush with her at the end of the game, and everyone will be exactly where they would be for round 4, where they were at round 3. So all we have to do is add a little move to this round 3 so that everything, when Amanda is included, gets back to where it starts. We know round 3 starts with her with the brush. And we just make it so it ends with her at the brush. Then you don't have to change anything else. And you fix the narrative and you fix the puzzle, right? So you just say that on round 3, it goes 5 counterclockwise. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 3 clockwise. 1, 2, 3. 7 counterclockwise. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 4 clockwise. 1, 2, 3, 4. 2 counterclockwise. 1, 2. 5 clockwise. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. If you just make it go clockwise twice more, then everyone goes back to where they were. So round 3 keeps everything where it was at the start and end. That solves the narrative because it makes sense that after round 3 he killed her and she still had the brush. And then everyone starts the same way as they would start in round 3. There's your fix. Just add one little term to this puzzle 3 and everything is back. One, two, three, four, five. 1, 2, 3. 1. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah. Even if you read this as a 1 or a 7, you still get the same bug. So I think that's the fix. 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 7, 3, 2, 2. Yeah, that's a 7. Oh, but it's the same 6 or 1. Okay, anyway. An unfortunate flaw that prevents the game from getting a perfect score. I'd still love to know an explanation from the authors what went wrong with that final puzzle. Not a deal breaker, though. Once you figure out what it really wants, whether you get it wrong or right, it's not going to be the end of the world. All right, I am really happy to see that most of the people here who played with me did enjoy it despite that. I'm very grateful to have this group here to play it with me. I think this is one of these games that playing it alone would have been frustrating, but as a group, it was a very fun experience. Some good puzzles here and some good story. Dark. Even the ending was dark. She went and killed that wife just to get her revenge. That's pretty cool. I think one of the coolest parts was in the beginning. It's like it's infected. You don't know what's going on. It's quarantine, and we kept finding these missing people. That was creepy. All right. Any other notes from the audience? There is a Facebook group for Deadbolt. I'll probably go on there after we play and look around for some comments on Infected and see what people say. It is odd, though, that this was released 6 years ago and there's no fix for it. So what does that mean? Are we all missing something? Am I missing? Am I reading something wrong? I mean, you would think that even if we're all wrong and missing something, wouldn't you think it would be at least something that would be addressed? Obviously, we can't be making too crazy an error. Well, let me know in the comments. If you've played Infected on your own and you've stumbled onto this video to see if you had the same problem with this last puzzle that we did, I'd love to hear your comments. I'd love to hear if you can spot what we did wrong or you had the same problem. I will try to go look for other people who had the problem and post a follow-up here, but I still love this game, and over and over again, Deadbolt Mystery Society proves why it just clicks with me, why it works. There's a very strong narrative element to these games. In addition to the puzzles, it's frequently very dark, and they clearly care about the narrative. Most of these puzzle games have such a thin veneer of narrative, and it's often like jokey, silly, tongue-in-cheek. And this is just much closer to what I want in terms of some real narrative to give some emotional valence to these puzzles. At the start, a few people in the channel did mention they'd already played it. That's right. I'd like to hear. You could see what could happen, most people. They could get to it and they could be like, well, the instructions don't really make sense, but this is probably the way to do it. Whereas when I play these games, I sort of get stuck and perseverate on trying to figure out what's gone wrong rather than just jumping to the conclusion of how the game probably wants it solved. But we tried our best. We really tried to make it work, assuming there wasn't a bug. And in the end, we just had to conclude that there was a bug, but I'd like to hear differently. All right. So pay attention to the chats. Most people probably just ran round 4 without even thinking about it. I tend to agree with you. I tend to think that that's probably what happens. Although it is an easy way to make mistakes with these games, to be like, well, I don't understand what that thing is. Let me just ignore it. And often that bites you. But in this case, I think probably that would have been the way to go. All right, well, we stretched it out to 5.5 hours. No complaints from me. Really had a blast. Very appreciative to be able to share the experience with the handful of you who joined me for the whole thing. I'm very grateful. It was a blast to play with you. I'll see you on the next one.